Say Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is May 6, 2025 and it is 6 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I will have the prayer tonight and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with the Vice Mayor. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Heavenly Father, we just ask that you put your hand upon our city, on our state, on our world, that you would lead and direct this board and how you want us to act, that it would always be beneficial for your kingdom and for the people. We ask that you be with our men and women who protect us both here and abroad. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item we have is approve the minutes from the March 27th workshop, the April 1st public hearing, the April 1st regular meeting, the April 3rd, April 8th, and April 14th and April 22nd budget workshops. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we have presentations. Chief Mays, if you would like to come take over.
Yes, sir. If Officers Cunningham and Maglioco, I feel, Maglioco. Oh my God. Hey,
Nicholas.
Get up here.
Say front and center.
Oh my God. I'm losing my mind here. Got a lot going on today. All right, I've asked these officers, and actually we're missing Officer Matt Ray from this, but there was an incident that occurred a little over a month ago that I wanted to acknowledge these officers and their professionalism. In our country, more recently, there's a narrative going around that the law enforcement is heavy-handed or has an itchy trigger finger, and nothing could be further from the truth. And the actions by these officers proves that. We have very professional, highly trained officers here in LaVergne, and there was an incident that I wanted to share with you and the public in regards to their actions surrounding this incident. So I'm going to read this. All three of these officers are going to be receiving a letter of commendation today. It is with great pride and appreciation that I write to formally commend you for your outstanding actions on Friday, March 28th, 2025, which exemplify the highest standards and demonstrate genuine care and concern for the citizens of LaVergne. On that date, you were dispatched to 124 West Scott Street in reference to a domestic situation where shots were fired. Your handling of a potentially dangerous and hazardous call for service with prompt and efficient actions reflects great credit upon yourself and the LaVergne Police Department. As a result of your actions, Sergeant Woodard was able to focus his attention on organizing other responding units as the incident evolved into a barricaded suspect. The operation led to the successful apprehension of the suspect without the use of deadly force. Your actions have positively impacted our community and reinforced the trust and confidence the citizens have of LaVergne that the citizens of LaVergne place in our department. You embody the true spirit of public service, and your efforts are an inspiration to all of us. Thank you for your dedication and for representing the LaVergne Police Department with such distinction. Please accept this letter as a token of my appreciation and acknowledgement of your exceptional service. And I sign this with sincere gratitude, Chief Christopher Mays. So I'd like to present both of you with your letter of commendation. Thanks, sir. Very much. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. And in addition to the letter of commendation, I would like to present each of you with my Chief's coin of exemplary service. This is something that I do not hand out lightly. It has to be earned. And both of these officers, well, I should say all three, but Matt Ray is sick tonight and couldn't make it, but they have earned this coin with distinction. This was a very, very sticky situation, and their professionalism made sure everybody went home safe. The citizens, our officers, everybody who was out there as a first responder. So I commend them on their job well done. Thank you.
Very good, Jay.
Thank you.
Chief, don't go too far because now we're moving on to departmental reports. And And first up is the police department.
All right. Oop, Bruce, I have this for you later. All right, you have the report before you. I've separated mine into two different sections. I want to focus on the yearly totals. When you look at the report, you'll see that we do several comparisons. We will do month to month, from the previous month to the current month. We will look at April of 2024 versus April of 2025, and then we do a year-to-date total. So it would be through the month of April in 2024 in comparison to this year. The first two are going to be more of a snapshot, and you're going to see ebbs and flows in the activity and the frequency of incidents and things of that nature. It's the year-to-date that I think gives us a greater idea of how we're performing. And in this one, you'll see that there are three areas of concern for me. That is vehicle burglary, motor vehicle theft, and robbery. All three of those show a positive increase in those occurrences. The remaining categories, residential burglary, are down 12.5%. Assaults, including domestics, are down nearly 10%. Domestic verbal incidents are down nearly 15%. Theft is down 24%. Shoplifting down 88.6%. And overdoses and homicides have remained flat with the same numbers as last year. We will continue to work at the proactive efforts of the LaVergne Police Department to hopefully impact the vehicle burglaries, motor vehicle theft, and robberies. We'll be doing some analysis of the data for that so we can determine the best way to focus our resources on the specific neighborhoods, on the specific days of the week and times of day that we can make an impact in those. Any questions regarding the report? No.
No questions, but comment. First of all, I like this.
Oh, I'm going to talk about that, sir.
Oh, okay.
Slow your roll.
All right.
That'll be.
And
Yeah.
just wanted to say, whoever's doing the things for social media, sometimes citizens feel like they're kind of left out in the dark, and it makes them feel good knowing that they feel like you're putting things out there. So that's huge, putting that out there on social media and letting people see what's going on.
Thank you. I appreciate the reinforcement of that, and I have heard comments from people from LaVergne, from Smyrna, down to Murfreesboro, just the whole area that have indicated that we've stepped up our game in terms of our social media and the number of posts that we're doing and things of that nature. And a part of that is some of the classes that I took at the FBI National Academy. One of the classes I took was managing the law enforcement image, and we focused a lot on media relations as well as social media. And there's 4 message bases that we try to hit in all of our posts, and I've shared that with Detective Nick Ledke. And he is really the one to thank for all of this. He is really out there working with our patrol division, our detective bureau, our training division, and trying to get as many posts out there as possible to show the great work that's being done on a daily basis. So I want to commend Detective Ledke for his efforts.
He's doing a fantastic job.
Yes, he is.
Fantastic, because it's like a shot in the arm to the citizens. They feel like they're part of what's going on.
That's good to hear. Thank you, sir.
And it's an increased level of transparency.
Yes.
For our residents to understand what's going on in the community around them, and it's definitely improving the image of the force. So, good job.
Thank you. Along those lines, we are going to be doing an operation this summer called Operation Safe Streets. And to lend to that issue of transparency, we put a survey out to the citizens. And for those citizens that might be tuning in tonight that aren't aware of that survey, they can go to it through our Facebook page. But there is a survey, and we're asking for them to rate their top areas of concern in terms of traffic enforcement, speeding, reckless driving, things of that nature. To date, we have received 129 responses. So we're able to take that data and cross-reference it with our crash data and really make a focused effort on that. We will be doing a coordinated effort with Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, the LaVergne Police Department, and the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and we will be focusing on those areas and enforcing a lot of traffic on specific days in the months of May, June, July, and August. And we'll see how that impacts our crime numbers and things of that nature. But I do want to share with you some of the comments that we did receive on the surveys. And some of those say, I wish each of you great luck with this venture. God bless you for your willingness to serve our community. We appreciate you all. Love how you have all turned this department around. Keep up the great work. I see you guys out and about all the time. Seriously appreciate your presence and all you do. Thank you, Police Department, for all that you do to keep us safe. So we anticipated maybe some other comments, and we have not had any. So it's been very positive. It's been a great interaction with the citizens of LaVergne. So we encourage them to continue to reach out and communicate with us so that we can have that type of interaction and we can serve them better.
So before you go on to your book and you're talking about safe streets and stuff, I was speaking with one of your officers earlier this week, and he asked that we, as a board, remind drivers that the area in front of the middle school, from the middle school to David's Way, LaVergne Middle School, LaVergne Lake Elementary, is 15 miles per hour all the time. Not just when school is on, it's all the time. So, and they're sitting up there and they're stopping people, and people or citizens just don't realize that it's 15 miles all the time. So maybe have it put out on the media thing also, since people are reading the social media, to remind them, because if they're speeding, they'll get a ticket.
Absolutely. I will talk with Detective Ledke and we'll get something out.
Thanks.
So that's a great idea. I know some areas have it where it's when the school's in session or the signs are flashing, but here in LaVergne, it's all the time. So
That one stretch is all the time.
Yep. So we'll work on that.
Thanks.
Before I get to the annual report, I do also want to report that we've had several officers join our forces. We had several just recently get sworn in. They graduated from the police academy. We have 2 more in-house that just were sworn in as well. I interviewed another candidate today, and we'll be making I'll be encouraging or making a recommendation that he moves along in the process. And we have 2 other candidates that I think are going to be moving on as well. So we're making progress in that area. So I'm really happy to report that we're adding to our ranks. So we're very fortunate. Also, finally, the 2024 annual report. I'm proud of this document for one reason, well, many reasons, but one of the main reasons is this is the first time that an annual report has been done for this department. It is something that I think is very important. It shows you, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, what you're getting for your tax dollars. It shows you the work that we're doing, some of the accomplishments that we've made, and quite honestly, a lot of advances that we've made in this department. I've asked each member of the different divisions to author some of these statistics and highlights, and we've compiled them in this annual report. I anticipate that we will be doing this annual report every year from here on out, and that it should be published right around this time at the May BOMA meeting. But this is for your review, and these are also, I did not want to release it to the general public until you had seen it, but it will be, hopefully we're going to be getting it out onto the website soon, but it's also available. I'll have it in the lobby of the police department. We only had about 30 copies made because we didn't know how much of a demand there would be for this document, but we'll make it available there in the lobby of the police department, and certainly we'll have one saved on file at the PD if anybody wants to come in and take a look at it. But I think it highlights some of the great work that's being done, and you can see some of the advancements that we've made over the course of the last year. And I'm excited already for 2025's report because we've made several strides already this year, and I can't wait to release that information to you next year.
Good job, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Very good.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You have a good night.
Next, we have the Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that you've had the opportunity to look at our reports for the month of April. I think you'll find everything tracking as it was this time last year, or very close to it, as It's interesting how statistics work. They don't venture too far off. Do you have any questions?
That is kind of bizarre that there's not like very little.
It doesn't fluctuate much.
It does not.
You'll see over the last 4 years, we've had an incremental increase between 5 and 8% in run volume, but last year we stayed very consistent. And frankly, I can't tell you exactly why that is, but a lot of it has to do with hopefully community risk reduction, fire prevention, and then working on some more advanced means of medical treatment.
And your team is also putting out some social media.
Yes, sir. We're doing a pretty good job with that. Some of that stuff is completed by Fire Marshal Curtis Brinkley, and so he's developing that and drafting it from the National Fire Protection Agency and the National Fire Academy. And you should start seeing we've got a group of younger people that may be a little more social savvy than I might be that's working on matching what PD's doing. I can't say enough about what they're putting out there.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery. Thank
There
you.
you go.
I was
You got it
waiting
this
for a
time.
comment.
Any questions?
And we just recently also graduated 7 recruits last week. Had a great opportunity to spend some time with them in the weeks prior to, talking about critical incident stress management, trying to produce a healthier firefighter that lasts for their career so they don't have to deal with post-traumatic stress, and keep them healthy both mentally and physically. And so that's a huge piece of what we're trying to impart on these young firefighters. Any questions?
Keep up the good work, sir.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Moving on to Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan. And if you need Chief Beasley up here for part of it, you can.
At the last part, maybe?
Yeah.
He may not even be aware of it. Doesn't
Yeah.
look at that look on his face. He don't even know what we're talking about.
It involves you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 85 help desk tickets, 749 and a half man hours devoted to those. Past events, April 12th was our Easter drive-through in the park. April 26th was our block party touch-a-truck. Upcoming events, June 2nd will be the Big Wave. June 6th is Friday. That will be Back to Basics Auto Maintenance Workshop at the Multipurpose Building. Upcoming meetings, May 19th, Park and Rec Advisory at 5 and the Beautification and Arts Advisory at 6. Big Wave, that's something that's new for us this year. We're partnering with Chief Beasley's fire department, whether he knows it or not. I think he knows it now.
Duncan Booth?
No, actually, the fire department's going to come out, hook up to fire hydrant, and let the kids raise the ladder up and put water on the kids. So it's kind of going to be like a water day for the children. It's 12 to 1:30, be at the back of the park by Pavilion B. Kids can play in the water as it showers down. Adult supervision is required, and it's got to be legit because we made Rutherford County breaking news with it today. So it's a first for us. I think other communities are doing it. So we're going to take a stab at it and see how it works out. We're glad the fire department was so willing to partner with us to make it happen.
And can you just go over the day and time one more time for those that may be
The
watching?
day is June 2nd. It's a Monday. That may be, it's from 12 to 1:30, and it'll be at the back of the park, Veterans Memorial Park, 115 Floyd Mayfield at Pavilion B.
And Chief Beasley will be manning the hose.
Yes,
Okay.
he will.
I've done that once.
And then June the 6th, that is our second community-wide workshop. That will be at the Multipurpose Building. We are partnering with Public Works and the mechanics team over there. It's basic auto maintenance. That is limited to 25 participants, age 15 and up. So it's a free event to the community. The mechanics are going to come out, basic oil, check your oil fluids, tire change, stuff like that. Any questions?
Dog Park got a donation?
Dog Park did get a donation from Good Samaritan Animal Hospital, Dr. Isaac.
Yes.
And he's pretty consistent about doing that several times a year. He's a big advocate for this city, big advocate for the Parks Department and the dog park. Very friendly guy. If you haven't taken your pets there, I would definitely suggest it because he's very concerned. We take ours there. Couldn't say enough great things about his company.
Dr. Isaac has a big heart for animals and the community.
Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Miss Donna, we've tried to see if anybody can show you up, so come on down for the library report, please.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. It's good to see you all. As you can see, our numbers are staying steady. I think for April, which it was a shorter month, we had a couple of days off there, that our numbers did pretty well. Our computer usage is climbing each month with 1,372. So just going over the report, up at the very top, the library board meeting will meet this coming Monday, May 12th, 2025 at 5 p.m. here at City Hall Boardroom. And then Memorial Day, which is to remember and honor, the LaVergne Public Library will be closed Saturday, May 24th and Monday, May 26th. Now, the fun part, really excited to get excited about summer reading. And so, David, could you bring up the easel, please?
Not sure what's going on here. I'm getting set up.
Plausible deniability.
Thank
I may
you.
not like it at the end of the night. Which way?
We're going to turn it so that the Board of Mayor and Aldermen can see what's going on.
Okay, just stay right there.
Yes, you may.
No, we need a Vanna. Come on.
What's that?
We need a Vanna.
That's why Charles is here.
Ronnie?
We have
So
a van.
tonight, in order to help me get out the word about our summer reading program, I have brought with us a very special person. This is a special guest that I think you all will recognize. And this person is going to help me introduce the summer reading program. So we can have our special guest come on in. Hi, Bob. Good to see you.
It's Bob Ross.
So we have with us tonight Bob Ross. And Bob has been working on a painting called Color at the Rocks. Isn't that beautiful? So this summer reading, Bob, you're looking spectacular tonight. Very nicely trimmed up a little bit. Yes. So just to give you a little bit of background, most of you know Bob Ross, correct? From The Joy of Painting. So Bob is the beloved painter and host of The Joy of Painting, and he is known for many memorable phrases that have become iconic. One phrase that I think you all will remember are the happy little trees. And that refers to the trees that Bob would paint with joy and care. And another phrase, we don't make mistakes, we just have happy accidents. And that's a variation on his core mantra about life and art. And then this is one I love, just let it happen. Encouraging viewers to go with the flow while painting. So I think Bob has been a big inspiration to so many of us. And so this summer, we are taking the mantra from Bob that we are going to encourage our patrons to go with the flow. And if we have mistakes, they're only happy little accidents. And we've got to paint a few little happy trees throughout our life. So LaVergne Public Library presents Summer Reading 2025, Color Our World. Get ready for a summer full of color, creativity, just like our Bob, and fun with Color Our World. Our kickoff celebration will be Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Bob, were you planning on being there? Yeah. Good. Excellent. So join us at the library along with Bob Ross to sign up and receive your official summer reading bag. You're going to enjoy a midday filled with fun activities for the whole family. We're going to be drawing on the sidewalk with chalk. We're going to blow bubbles. We're going to play Giant Connect 4. And we're going to gather friends and family to play cornhole. And I know there's a lot of you who enjoy playing cornhole. You can get your face painted. Kayla is an excellent face painter who's on our staff, and you get to meet two beautiful mermaids. And I know, Glenn, you enjoyed meeting those mermaids last year, and they will be back. So there'll be much, much more. Then, after our kickoff on May 31st from 10 to 1, starting from June 1st through July 19th, I want you to read and listen to books to earn opportunities to receive fantastic prizes. Come to the library to take part in creative, such as this, and entertaining programs designed for all ages. And that's going to be throughout the summer, June 1st through the July 19th. After 7 awesome weeks of reading and attending, it will be time to celebrate the success. So we're encouraging everyone who signs up to reach the reading goal and receive an invitation to our fabulous foam party. And this is a first for the library. You can go to the park and get in the big wave, then, well, yes, and then come on July 19th, because this will be Saturday, July 19th from 1:30 to 3:30. This is our finale. This is our sorry, what is this? This is our reward for reaching your goal. You'll receive an invitation to that foam party. So let's make this summer unforgettable as we read, create, paint, and color our world. Do we have any questions?
I've got two, ma'am.
Okay.
First off, I'd be remiss if I didn't offer the great Bob Parks an opportunity to speak. We don't get a celebrity here that often, so. The other thing I wanted to ask, if Ms. Donna if you can let the public and the board know about an award I think you won just recently.
I was very pleased to receive an invitation to the Rutherford Education Association, where I had received an award for Friend of Education. And what that award is it goes to people who reach out to the community, who opens the doors for teachers and for families and students, and just has a welcoming invitation to come in and just some reach out work and things like outreach work and things of that sort. And of course, I include the library in that because that library is where they can come and they can gather. So I was very pleased to receive that plaque, and it was a wonderful night. Of course, it was kind of ironic. They included me in with the banquet for the retired teachers. So I felt right at home with some of our older teachers. But it was very nice. Thank you for acknowledging that.
I
Congratulations.
think that deserves.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you all very much.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Donna. Thank you, Bob.
Bob, autograph?
I think Bob may stick around with us for a little while. I'll see over here.
We'll have to get a photo later.
If you need a painting, paint it.
And how's Danielle gonna do?
Ms. Danielle Brown's going to have to follow up Bob Ross.
Try to paint my dress.
That is your art.
Yes. Good evening. Included in your packet is the financial statements for the month of March. On the first page is the net income for the general fund, state street aid, stormwater, and water sewer. The general fund expenditures exceeded revenue by approximately $10,000 year to date, so that's great. State street aid revenue exceeded expenditures by $741,000. Stormwater expenditures exceeded revenue by $958,000. This is due to a transfer of $1 million for the Public Works building. The water sewer revenue exceeded expenditures by $2.9 million. On page 2 is your bank balances for all funds as of March 31st. The general fund has $34 million and the water sewer has $12.2 million. Page 3 is the general fund and water and sewer fund. It's comparing the current year to the prior year to show you the fluctuation between those two. At the bottom is the water sewer revenue comparison graphed for you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then we're going to move on to old business. Second reading, ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 25th, 2025. A public hearing was held for this on April 1st, 2025. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, no. Motion passes. Number 6, second reading ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 State Street Aid Fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor, no. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, no.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to number 7, second reading ordinance 2025-12, an ordinance to amend Title 11, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code by adding a new section 11-604 entitled Wearing Masks or Facial Coverings. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor, no. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, no.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 8, second reading ordinance 2025-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, no.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we've got the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Our second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That motion passes. Moving on to number 10. First reading ordinance 2025-14, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second for a comment.
Second from Vice Mayor? No.
I read over what Bruce sent us, and there's a few things that I personally don't agree with, but overall it was a good deal. Everybody that worked on it did a great job, and I hope we can pass this and move forward.
Any other discussion?
I just
All-
want to echo Vice Mayor's comment. I agree there were some things in the budget that I was not agreeable to, but overall, our departments worked really hard to get this together, and I think it was a fair compromise for all parts.
That's the word I was looking for.
Okay. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2025-08, a resolution to write off Water Department bad debts. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Ugh, aye.
Hope to see that specifically in the minutes. Motion or resolution passes. We're going on to number 12, Resolution 2025-09, a resolution to accept Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and re-subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 25th, 2025. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Number 13, Resolution 2025-10, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
That motion passes. Number 14, Resolution 2025-11, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
That resolution passes. Number 15, Resolution 2025-12, a resolution to write off uncollectible property tax accounts. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
That motion passes. Next, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. We've got the Beautification Arts and Advisory Committee, and we currently have two applicants who are the two whose term had expired. So I will reappoint Daphne Baker and Ashley Bruley back to this committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Now moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
I just want to remind our beautification committee that due to lack of a quorum, we did not meet last month, so our meeting has been rescheduled to May 19th at 6 p.m. So I just want to make it a point. This will be our first meeting where we'll also discuss the future of the Greenway project as well. So I appreciate your attendance. Thank you.
Alderman Coates.
I'd like to thank the chief for a wonderful report here and look forward to reading it, and have any questions, get with you and look forward to receiving it in the future. And number two, for those who were awakened around 4 o'clock this morning on the north side of town due to a aircraft taking off, I did contact the airport authority, and they informed me that the aircraft owner, the 727 out of Michigan, were told not to do such a low takeoff again at 4 o'clock in the morning. What it'll do, I'll have to wait and see, but I did notify them.
Or any o'clock in the morning for that matter, that low.
That's right.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Haas.
I just want to reiterate what the Vice Mayor and Alderwoman Hobbs said about the budget. There was a lot of work that went into it. The department heads met before it even came to us, and Bruce and Kyle and Juliet, Danielle, Dolly, I know the whole finance team was a big help in getting everything together, answering our questions and our emails, and so really appreciate it. Of course, there's always some challenges with the budget, but overall it was a good document to put together, and I look forward to FY 25-26. And remember, it's starting to get hot, so I'm not going to go through the whole spiel, but everybody needs to remember it's going to get hot. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, no.
I thought she was gonna give him dogs water. This is, I say this every year, this is my 7th year that we are one step closer to passing the budget. It's always a good thing. All you department heads, everybody. Chief, you did a great job. Mr. Beasley, thank you for helping out. And one other thing I'm going to say is I know that your all's jobs, along with ours, is a very, very serious job because the citizens are looking up to you guys like we are, their money. And it's so refreshing to know that each one of y'all can come in here and stand before us, give us your report, but at the same time put a little spin on it, make it relaxing, not be so serious, even though it is serious. You know, and of course, Miss Donna leading the way. But I like that. I like that you're able to get along, communicate, and help each other out. I know in my 7 years, I've seen that not happening. And my final thought is with this budget thing, we got 5 members up here, and I'm going to say it. A lot of people at home is going to disagree, but I think this is the best board that I've seen in a long time. And from the employees' opinions, they've told me the same thing. And I don't think it's just because I'm the vice mayor. I think it's heartfelt. Even Evan fits in. That's it.
Well, I want to reiterate, thank everyone for all their hard work with the budget. It is it's not a simple process. It's not just us going through the budget workshops. It starts months before these 5 people get together and start discussing it. It is a lot of hard compromises before it gets to us discussing hard compromises about what is needed and what is wanted. So thank you to all the staff for leading the way for LaVergne's future and sitting down and making those decisions. So, and working with us so that we can make LaVergne better for everyone. So thank you all for that. Do want to remind everyone about June 2nd, the big wave. Ronnie will be working the hose for the 2nd time in his life, he says. I'd hope as a firefighter you put out more fires than that, but hey. I had the honor last night to go over to Stewart's Creek High School for the Rutherford County Schools High School Media Awards. And this is AV, broadcasting, podcasting, all of that. LaVergne did bring home some awards. So I want to say congratulations to Will Benton, who is one of our residents. He goes to LaVergne High School, and he had the Best Commercial Award. And then one of our teachers over at LaVergne High School, Alicia Turner, won the Broadcasting Media Teacher of the Year out of all of the broadcasting teachers for Rutherford County. So congratulations to her and to all the great things going on with LaVergne High School. That's always a good thing. If you haven't seen it driving by, Chipotle is getting closer and closer to being done. And I got a nice, lovely phone call from our city planner last week that at Planning Commission next week we will be seeing Starbucks put in front of us, which will be the first one on Murfreesboro Road between Nashville and Murfreesboro. So we definitely look forward to seeing that come in and more businesses come in as we've got more announcements. So with that, I've got one last thing. We have a birthday in the house. And so, Juliet.
She's like,
Hi. Her birthday is tomorrow, I believe.
It is.
She's
look at her, it is.
She is turning 28 again.
28.
And so, from everybody on the board as well as the staff, we appreciate everything you do.
Absolutely.
We thank you, and we wish you nothing but the best 28th birthday.
Thank you, Mayor.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you are going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what? Anybody else? 17. Oh, you're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, babe? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Ding. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on Miss Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? Is to make sure everybody has got their imagination turn on. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to? What else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, phew. Y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that'll help our imagination. Jesse, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. It'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front. What if music could be hailed? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy. But he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh. What if leaves were fish? Shoo. Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! That be funny? That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. Uh-huh. It's an elephant. Yeah. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the clouds? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi. You'd say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he'd tell you. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand out in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're gonna make 100. You ready? Hold your hand in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? We did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? It's all of them out? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Woo. Who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Woo. That's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us. Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. Looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess. Who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Yeah. Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stay right here. All right, Jess, we need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay. Come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right. Stay right here, baby. Stay right there. All right. Who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's blonde? Oh, I see ya. Come here, big man. Come here and help me steal. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. In the, right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Oh, he rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he? What's your name? Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more, though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh, my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now, y'all don't faint, because I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never-before-opened paints because, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music. While you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. Here goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. How are you? All right, let's put this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I kind of know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh, Varmint.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there. That's my Miss Donner! Hi, friend. Oh, yeah. How are you, Miss Donner?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie, isn't that neat?
Get out. They came on well to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing wonderful. Since the last time I've seen you, I've had 2 grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really gonna get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner,
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure
Now
will
you
find
said,
someone else.
you said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
Would you guys like to go driving in your car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together, all right?
Together,
All
and
right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right, we're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. No, I'm going to go right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out and eat the car.
Get a car seat, Tom. Play harness. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool? If we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses. Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a
always
scarf
have
right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
Like
everybody.
this right there?
I've got my scarf round my neck.
Even now, even now.
I've got my sunglasses
She's hard right there.
on. I'm
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
Uh-oh. We hit a bump. Uh-oh.
Driving in my car.
We hit a bump.
You know, that sun is really, really hot.
Ooh, it's
Out
hot.
on our heads, it'll keep the
Let's
sun
take
out of our
our
eyes and have so hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna rocks with. What's wrong with her hair, Miss? What? Now that'll work right there. Well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think that job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What do you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some more music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Sing it, Dad. Sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. see it right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Your bottom is off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving to our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Hey, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and get Harley. Whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
Driving
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool? Put on our
Put them sunglasses. Yep.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
Woo, we cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car. I'm driving in my
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for
fly
me.
out.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. That'd fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, ain't you?
I'm driving in my car. Driving
Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
That'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my head.
He's on the airs right there, Miss
I've
Hunter.
got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh, my doggy.
always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to me.
Well, he worked. He ain't a poodle. That work. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't he cute?
I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here we go.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
No, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really good
Music.
music that we could look into. Put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
Oh, that is so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
What's the hole?
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off, can't we? All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know we're so glad to have all of these friends. I have to let you know
Yes, sir?
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah?
I received a letter from Vergne.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. Uh-huh, I did. Yeah.
Okay, Laura, how about
Oh, good job right there. Bye, friends. Bye, Jesse. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister.
I don't know why she didn't hide.
I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we'll travel to NASA Johnson Space Center to find out why radiation will be one of our major challenges as we prepare for missions to the Moon and to Mars. We'll also travel to Brookhaven National Laboratory to examine how researchers are studying the effects of radiation on human tissue. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on how radiation will affect our efforts to reach destinations like the Moon and Mars.
In recent years, NASA researchers have been striving to meet the goal of sending astronaut crews to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Although there are numerous technological and logistical hurdles to get over, one of the most daunting challenges facing us will be protecting astronauts from harmful radiation. Here on Earth and in low Earth orbit, radiation risks are somewhat mitigated due to the protection provided by our thick atmosphere and our magnetosphere. But outside the protection of Earth, the radiation in space could prove deadly if humans are not properly protected.
Even though radiation studies have been going on for years, new questions are being asked in preparation for extended stays in space. Some of the key questions NASA researchers must address include, how can we assure survival and health of humans traveling far from Earth? What technology must we create to enable explorers to go beyond where we've been? And what new opportunities can research bring to enrich the lives of everyone back here on Earth?
To help answer these questions, we'll travel to some of the facilities that are allowing us to better understand radiation and the dangers astronauts may face. Up first, correspondent Tonya St. Romain spoke with Mark Weiland of the Space Radiation Analysis Group at NASA Johnson Space Center. This group is working hard to monitor and protect our crews from this dangerous radiation. Here's Tonya to explain.
Living and working outside of Earth's atmosphere is a very dangerous proposition. Extreme temperatures, lack of oxygen, and hosts of other risks make space a very hostile environment for humans. But one of the least talked about and most dangerous risks associated with spaceflight is radiation exposure. When astronauts travel outside of Earth's atmosphere, they're routinely exposed to much higher levels of radiation than are typically encountered back here on Earth. For this reason, the Space Radiation Analysis Group, or SRAG, is working to develop tools that will monitor radiation events caused by the sun and other radiation-producing sources. These tools will be used to help us better understand how to keep our crews safe from radiation exposure when traveling outside the Earth's atmosphere. I spoke with Mark Weiland at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out more.
Our team here at SRAG is a great group of people who's charged with keeping the radiation as low as possible to the astronauts. And we do this with monitoring, with shielding analyses of new vehicles, and with real-time support and mission control.
How is radiation measured in space?
We have to use different kinds of monitoring techniques than you use on the ground. If you work in a hospital or a nuclear power plant, they have radiation instrumentation, which measures very different types of radiation than we're concerned about in space. So the instruments we use are very different. We also have monitors on unmanned vehicles. The GOES spacecraft, which watches weather on Earth, also has radiation instruments on it that we use. And there's other instruments that are closer to the sun that we look at. We have to measure this radiation because it's very damaging biologically to the crew. We know this from research that shows space radiation can be more harmful to people than radiation here on Earth. And it's also a legal requirement. Astronauts are classified as radiation workers, and so we have to monitor their exposures. We also, by doing this, we know when they approach administrative limits and legal limits, and so that we can take action to prevent them from getting there.
Where does radiation in space come from?
Actually, it comes in 3 different places when we're in low Earth orbit, like on Space Shuttle or Space Station. We have radiation from our trapped radiation belts, the Van Allen belts. We have radiation that comes from outside our solar system called galactic cosmic radiation. We also have radiation that comes from the sun during big solar particle events. Now, the sun has an 11-year cycle that goes from very minimum amounts of activity to very maximum amounts of activity. And during the maximum amounts of activity, we have lots of solar particle events and solar flares, and we can get radiation from those events. Now, when we're going back to the moon and we're outside of the Earth's protected belts, it's going to be much more dangerous for the crews. We can cause acute effects. The crew can get sick very rapidly, unlike they can on Space Station or Space Shuttle.
After about a half-century of human spaceflight, radiation detection and predicting space weather events is still not an exact science. Unfortunately, we cannot accurately determine when large particle ejections, called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, will occur. A large CME can contain billions of tons of matter that can be accelerated to several million miles per hour. At these speeds, particles can reach Earth in a very short period of time. When the particles reach us, they collide with our magnetosphere and create auroras over the polar regions. Although beautiful to watch, the events which lead to this phenomenon can be very damaging and dangerous to astronauts outside the protection of the magnetosphere. In fact, between the Apollo 16 and Apollo 17 moon missions, a large solar particle event occurred. If astronauts had been in space during the event, the doses of radiation they would have been exposed to could have produced severe health effects within a short time. This is one of the main reasons better radiation prediction and monitoring are a focus of study.
How much time do you have to predict solar flares?
Well, it's actually very difficult to predict space weather. Just as we have a very hard time predicting hurricanes and tornadoes here on Earth, it's very difficult to predict when a solar flare is going to happen. A lot of solar physicists around the world are working on that problem, but right now we don't take action with the crew until we measure an increase in radiation. We are looking at trying to predict when there's an all-clear period. That'll allow us perhaps to do an EVA on the surface of the moon when we know there's a 90% chance we won't have a bad solar flare within the next 2 days. Yeah, the sun has an 11-year cycle, and every 11 years it goes from solar minimum, 5.5 years later to solar maximum, and then back to solar minimum again. During solar minimum, there are very few sunspots, if any, and thus no solar flares. All the solar flares and solar particle events come out of the sunspots. During solar maximum, we have a lot of activity going on with the sun, and we have a lot of solar particle events. So during solar maximum, we're very active in mission control, trying to keep the crew from getting too much radiation from those events.
Is there a difference in the sources of radiation in space?
There actually is. From solar particle events, we can protect the crew from that type of radiation. From the galactic cosmic radiation, it's very heavy ions, high energy types of particles that we cannot shield against. It would take too much shielding and is cost prohibitive to put that much mass up there. And the reason we try to keep the crew's dose as low as reasonably achievable is because any increase in dose is directly proportional to an increase in the probability that they'll get a fatal cancer. And unlike many of the risks that astronauts are exposed to, and there are many, radiation is one of the few risks that they will carry with them the rest of their life.
Do you think our predictive models will change dramatically for future missions?
Okay, actually, I think they will get better. I believe that all the science that's being done by all the solar physicists and the space physicists is going to lead to better predictive models. They're doing a lot of great work. They are launching a lot of new missions, and those missions are there to explicitly study the types of physics that will lead to these better models. As we prepare to go back to the moon and Mars, our team here at SRAG is extremely excited to be a part of that effort of keeping astronauts safe. For me and my team to be standing over in mission control when we step foot on the moon again would be one of the greatest achievements of my lifetime.
Space radiation is not typically harmful to us on Earth because the Earth's magnetic field extends thousands of miles out into space, helping shield us from the dangerous particles. Up next, we find out how radiation may affect astronauts on longer duration missions. But first, did you know that some astronauts from the Apollo mission through today have reported actually seeing radiation as flashes in their eyes? The flash the astronauts experience is space radiation zipping through their eyes like subatomic bullets. When the radiation strikes the retina, it triggers a false signal that the brain interprets as a flash of light. This is problematic because this radiation kills brain cells and also can trigger long-term problems such as cataracts, which is a clouding of the lens that focuses light on the retina. Research is now underway to help develop probes that can detect signs of cataracts in humans years before they become visible. Eventually, astronauts might carry such a probe with them on space missions, checking their eyes as they go.
For many years, NASA has been sending robotic spacecraft to faraway planets like Mars. Some of these missions have included instruments that have given us a basic understanding of the types of radiation we can expect outside the Earth orbit. Even with this knowledge, there is still much to be learned about how the radiation in deep space will affect our astronaut crews. To help increase our knowledge base, a unique facility called the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory is testing living cells with the types of radiation found in space. Our Johnny Alonso traveled to the Brookhaven National Laboratory in Long Island, New York to find out more.
Radiation exposure is a very real risk for astronauts. Ailments such as cataracts and many forms of cancer can be directly attributed to high exposure levels. Because most of our recent astronauts have remained in low Earth orbit where the Earth's magnetosphere provides some protection from radiation, exposure has been somewhat limited. But with future astronauts traveling to destinations like the Moon and Mars, radiation exposure will once again be at the forefront of study. To help us prepare for these dangerous space missions, NASA, in cooperation with the Brookhaven National Laboratory, is conducting research to help us understand the biological effects of space radiation. I spoke with Dr. Marcela Vasquez at the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory here in Long Island, New York, to find out more.
Well, basically, I'm interested to find out if a galactic cosmic ray can kill brain cells. So in order to understand that, we have different models. For example, culture cells and petri dishes, expose them to cosmic rays and see if the cosmic ray can kill brain cells or produce some functional damage. That's one part of my research. The other part is study animals. If after cosmic ray radiation, they have some kind of behavioral changes or functional changes after long terms after their exposure. Basically, we want to try to understand the risk for astronauts for neurological damage induced by cosmic rays.
So how is galactic cosmic radiation different from other types of radiation?
Basically, we can say that the origin of these galactic cosmic rays are far, far away from us, outside our galaxy. Basically, supernovas well beyond our galaxy explode and produce this kind of tremendous release of energy, and that energy is cosmic rays. So cosmic rays are basically atoms, elements, that travel in space near the speed of light. And one of the big unknowns is what kind of biological effect this cosmic ray can produce on astronauts. And this is really important for the new exploration mission to go back to the Moon and go to Mars. So our concern is that those cosmic rays, those atoms that are flying through the universe, they have the potential to produce damage. So one of the goals is try to find out what is the best strategies to reduce the risk for astronauts, for example, for Mars mission and Moon outposts and sorties. There's several ways to can protect, and we believe that this radiation risks are not it's not a showstopper for astronauts, but there's a lot of unknowns, and that we need to reduce those unknowns in order to send astronauts in a safe way. But no matter what, astronauts with the best shielding, the best strategy, always will be exposed to some level of radiation.
How do you simulate galactic cosmic radiation on Earth?
We have what is called the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory. It's a facility to simulate the space radiation environment for biology or material sciences. So we have at Brookhaven big machines called particle accelerators. We benefit for that because they can accelerate cosmic rays like iron or carbon to the speed and energy that you will encounter in space. So these big machines deliver in a controlled fashion those heavy ions or charged particles to a target room. And so we can put cells, tissues on molecules in our target area and expose to those cosmic rays to understand what are the basic mechanisms. So the NASA have a research program addressing different topics like brain damage, cancer, DNA damage repair. It's a multi-user facility dedicated to support the NASA radiation health program.
How will biological research assist us in keeping our astronaut crews safe?
The first step is to understand the mechanism. So imagine this. These heavy particles traveling through your body traverse your cells, your skin, your brain, or liver. And we know for the fact, by our basic research, that when these particles traverse a cell, produce DNA molecule damage.
Ionizing radiation is a stream of particles that, when passing through a body, has enough energy to cause the atoms to lose electrons. These heavy ions can damage living cells and may cause changes in the cell's ability to carry out repair and reproduction. This could lead to mutations in an astronaut's cells, which may result in tumors, cancer, genetic defects in offspring, or even death. By one NASA estimate, for each year an astronaut spends in deep space, about 1/3 of their cell nuclei will be hit directly with heavy ions. With this knowledge in hand, a big push is on to better understand exactly how to properly protect our new exploration crews. Can you tell me the risks of long-term exposure versus short-term exposure?
Overall, NASA is concerned what is the total risk imposed by solar particle events that will be acute, so a really high dose of radiation delivered in a short period of time. But the good news is that we know how to protect astronauts for that. But one of the big risks is the chronic low-dose exposure to galactic cosmic rays, and we still are thinking what is the best way to protect astronauts for that kind of risk.
In one study, it was determined that an astronaut on a 900-day Mars mission, housed inside a conventional spacecraft, would encounter nearly 1.1 sieverts of radiation. That is the equivalent to the amount of radiation one would be exposed to in 550 years on Earth.
So what does the future hold for this type of research?
Well, I think it's a bright future because for NASA and the plans to return to the moon and go to Mars, radiation is a really, really critical risk to need to be studied. So our research will play a critical role for future plans.
In the hope to better train and disseminate information about effects of these particles on living cells, researchers at Brookhaven National Labs also host a summer camp that teaches rudimentary particle physics to future and current biologists. Coming up, we'll find out how NASA is developing new shielding and protection procedures. But first, did you know that the Concorde jet had radiation detection equipment on board to protect the crews and passengers from galactic radiation? This type of equipment was needed because of the high altitudes the jet flew. Typical commercial aircraft generally fly between 20,000 and 45,000 feet. The Concorde would routinely fly at about 60,000 feet. The Earth's atmosphere offers little protection from radiation at such high altitudes. In the event that high levels are detected, an alert would sound inside the cockpit, allowing the pilots to descend to safer altitudes. Radiation is all around us. In fact, everyone has been exposed to some form of it during their lifetime. Whether from sitting on the beach, having x-rays taken, or even flying in an airplane, radiation exposure is unavoidable. Most of us can take steps to limit our exposure through staying out of the sun, using sunscreen, or just staying away from potentially hazardous risks. Of course, astronauts don't have the same luxury. To help ensure their safety, sophisticated monitoring and shielded systems have been developed by researchers at NASA Johnson Space Center. Let's go back to Tonya St. Romain to find out more.
Radiation is one of the biggest dangers facing our space crews. In fact, exposure to it is such a risk that officially, the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration lists all astronauts as radiation workers. This designation means that over the course of their career, an astronaut can only receive the same levels of radiation as any other nuclear worker. Of course, since radiation does not stay constant in space, monitoring the fluctuating levels can be challenging. Since the end of the Apollo program, researchers have been able to keep close tabs on crew exposures due to the fact that none of our recent crews have traveled outside of the protection of the Earth's magnetosphere. But what will happen when crews begin to travel on longer missions away from the protection of the Earth? To help answer that question, I spoke with Mary Van Balen at NASA Johnson Space Center.
As NASA's radiation health officer, I use the information that's provided from the dosimeters that the astronauts wear in space to assess their radiation exposure. I would think most people are familiar with a film badge that's used in an x-ray suite when they go to get x-rays done. We use similar passive monitors. We use different materials because the radiation environment in space is different, but it's the same basic idea. The crew member wears this badge or this dosimeter and during the time of their space flight, and when they return to Earth, we process that dosimeter, which gives us an estimate of the astronaut's radiation dose in flight, and then we use that to compare to the radiation limits.
How do you limit the amount of radiation an astronaut's exposed to?
NASA starts off with using scientific evidence to know how much the human body can be exposed to without seeing any clinical damage. So short-term limits or career limits are used. Short-term limits are designed so that the astronaut wouldn't get too much radiation to cause one of the acute radiation syndromes. We also have career limits where we try to limit the astronaut to an increase of 3% of fatal cancer. Radiation exposures have a risk associated with them, and that risk that's most fundamental to NASA is an increase in cancer. And so we try to limit our astronaut crews to no more than 3%. It's kind of an interesting thing because the increased risk of cancer is based on the age at which you first received that exposure. So younger individuals are more susceptible or have an increased risk than older individuals. There's also a gender dependence on that, and so females are considered to be at higher risk for developing cancer. So our limits are set such that we keep the risk consistent across the board of that 3% cancer, but the number itself, or the radiation dose, might be smaller for a younger female.
What challenges will crews face when they leave low Earth orbit?
With the exception of the Apollo astronauts, all crews have remained within low Earth orbit. And in low Earth orbit, the Earth's atmosphere and the magnetosphere is actually protected. And so the magnetic charge on the fields actually prevents some of the particles from getting in. So the composition of the environment will be the same types of particles. However, there will be more outside of low Earth orbit. So missions to the moon will result in much larger radiation exposures. Going to Mars, those mission durations will be quite long. And so not only will you have a higher radiation field, you'll also have a longer duration within that mission. And so you'll result in larger exposures.
One of the major challenges facing us is how to shield astronauts from radiation. Research tells us that some metals are good shields, but weight will be a major consideration. For example, in order to keep within weight limits, only thin skins could be applied to a craft, which will allow too much radiation into living quarters. But adding thick layers of radiation blocking material could make the craft much too heavy. An added concern is, once the atoms inside the metal skin are hit by incoming particles, they would bounce around like billiard balls, causing secondary particle shedding, which could in fact be as dangerous to crews as the original radiation. One solution currently being discussed is the use of hydrogen-rich plastics such as polyethylene, which is the same material found in garbage bags. Hydrogen is a good radiation-blocking element, and some hydrogen-rich plastics can be formed into lightweight, strong shields that are about 10 times stronger than aluminum. This is just one of the innovative designs that are currently being reviewed for use in space.
The whole goal in the long run is to have our astronaut crews be as healthy as possible throughout the entire mission. Not just survive the mission, but be as healthy and thrive during the mission.
Another tool researchers are using to help monitor radiation is something called the phantom torso. This is a simulated human torso that houses real bones and plastic organs that measure the amount of radiation to which an astronaut is exposed while in space. Let's go back out to Tonya, who spoke with Dr. Francis Cucinato, NASA's chief scientist for radiation research.
In most science fiction films, threats to space travelers usually deal with aliens, asteroids, and a host of other menaces. But in reality, one of the biggest threats to space travelers is in fact radiation. That's why it's imperative that NASA researchers focus on finding ways to shield astronauts from exposure. I spoke with Dr. Francis Cucinato at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out more.
Shielding, one of the things you should think about is that you don't have to shield the entire spacecraft, that you can shield just portions of a spacecraft where you could locate astronauts during a solar storm. The solar storms last from 1 to 2 days, but the peak of the radiation is only over about an 8-hour time frame. So you can save a lot of cost in launching mass by locating the astronauts in one place within a spaceship or a habitat on the moon or Mars. And then in that localized region we can have extra shielding, and there we can also use better materials. So the materials like aluminum are a typical spacecraft material. They're very sturdy, easy to use, but they're not the best materials for shielding. So in these localized areas of a spacecraft, we would plan on using a material with a lot of hydrogen in it. So hydrogen turns out to be the best material for stopping ions as they pass through the material.
Can you explain how radiation will affect the astronauts?
One of the things that's important when you look at radiation effects is that it's a game of risks. So like any other risk, like driving your car or taking an airplane flight. So you really have to stop and say, well, is it worth it to take the risk? So when you look at that question, there's two things that come to mind. One is, what am I doing? So you think, well, I'm going to discover life on Mars, so it's obvious that you will take risks. So you'll accept the risk from radiation. But the other part of the coin is, what is the risk? Because now NASA or the families of an astronaut, they want to know what the risk is, and some of the astronauts too want to know what the risk is. On a space shuttle mission, the risks from radiation are very small. So even if we're off in our predictions by a lot, there's really no outcome to that, or bad outcome. When you go to the moon or to Mars, we know that the risk from radiation is going up. So now the point is that the accuracy of our prediction becomes more and more important as the risk is expected to get higher and higher. This is the basic physics and understanding of these processes has been developed along with the knowledge from us understanding space radiation effects.
What are some of the preventative measures you're taking for astronaut safety?
We're looking into ways to prevent radiation effects through countermeasures. And the key to countermeasures is knowledge. So if we look again at this problem of going from genetic damage or tissue damage to late effects like cancer, we believe that the way you can prevent this is understanding the whole problem from top to bottom and then looking for an opportunity to intervene and prevent the cancer from growing. So that this has obvious benefits on Earth. One area we're interested in is that it turns out that the ends of chromosomes, which are called telomeres, if they're lost through a radiation event, the deletion of the telomere, that this is one of the mechanisms that causes cancer. So we're looking now at mechanisms that you could use with the drugs or other biological countermeasure, biochemical methods to prevent the loss of the telomere from radiation. But telomere loss is not only occurring with radiation damage, it's also occurring from cigarette smoking and poor diet. So there's a whole bunch of other areas where protection of telomere damage it would be applicable on Earth.
How do you not get frustrated dealing with so many unknowns in your research?
Well, that's the most fun part of the job, is that you're doing something that's unknown, it's new, so it's sort of like discovering, a voyage of discovery, like going into space, that you're trying to look at what's really happening to people when they're exposed to radiation at the very most basic level. You have to really go down to DNA, the physical interactions of radiation with DNA, and how DNA, when it's changed, leads to disease. So these are really basic science questions, and we've come to understanding that that's the only way we really can protect the astronauts, because if you use a method that's empirical, meaning there's a lot of assumptions and things that you really don't know, but you'll just skip over that you can actually make very life-threatening mistakes in the end. So you really need to go to this very basic approach and understand the whole problem from top to bottom.
That's it for this episode of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
Researchers certainly go to extreme lengths to observe primates, whether prosimian, monkey, or ape. But when it comes down to the survival of a species, it's certainly worth it. Ow. I think.
Ever wonder what the difference is between an ape and a monkey? Or what makes an ape great? Ever dream of making a lifetime career in the jungles of Africa? Or wonder what you can do to help save an endangered species right from your own home? It's all ahead on The Great Ape Story.
Conservation work is seldom easy, but the need for it is critical. And as you'll see, the rewards extend far beyond a single animal or habitat. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador, and this is a program on primates. More specifically, this is The Great Ape Story.
It's estimated that there are over 600 species of primates in the world. And before we zero in on the great apes, let's take a quick look at some of the differences, similarities, and classifications in Primates 101.
The order Primates consists of two major suborders, prosimians, such as lemurs and lorises, and anthropoids, which include monkeys, apes, and even humans. Let's start with the monkeys. You've got your Old World monkeys, coming from Europe, Asia, and Africa, and your New World monkeys, coming from the Americas. The obvious differences between Old and New World monkeys have to do with the shape of their noses, the number of teeth, the range of their territory, and tail usage. Most New World monkeys can use their tails for grasping at branches. They have prehensile tails. On the other hand, Old World monkeys with tails can use them for balance when jumping, but they can't wrap them around branches to help them hang on. There's also a difference between monkeys and apes. The easiest way to figure out monkey or ape is to look for a tail. Most monkeys have tails, but no apes have tails. Overall, monkeys are more like other mammals than apes and humans are. For example, because of their skeletal structure, monkeys move more like a cat or a dog than apes and humans. And on the evolutionary line leading to humans, most scientists believe that monkeys split off long before apes did. Are you ready to graduate to Primates 102? Moving on to the two categories of apes. There are the lesser apes found in Southeast Asia with features that make them distinctly different than our featured creatures, the great apes. Of all terrestrial mammals, apes seem to most resemble humans. They can walk upright, they have human-like features, they're social creatures which form family groups, and they make and use tools. Maybe that's why we're so fascinated by them. We can relate. There are 4 species of great apes: chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gorillas. Each has its similarities, each its differences. One thing they do all have in common, they are all very endangered. But before we jump ahead to conservation, let's get to know a little bit more about each ape individually.
Chimpanzees are found in Central and West Africa, where the region consists of humid forest, deciduous woodland, or mixed savanna. They eat fruits, seeds, stems, bark, insects, and meat, with 90% of their diet coming from fruits and vegetation. Chimps live an average of 30 to 40 years in the wild, but can reach up to 55 years of age in managed situations like zoological parks. Chimpanzees' arms are very long, which make them good climbers and allow them to move quickly through trees and branches. And they have opposable thumbs, which they use for many things, including creating and using tools. They've been known to use sticks to fish out termites to eat and crumpled leaves to soak up water to drink. Genetically, it's believed chimps are more like humans than any other mammal. And like us, they're very social animals, using facial expressions, vocalizations, and even kisses to communicate with members of their group. As they age, their fur turns gray, and they even go bald. Closely related to the chimpanzee is the highly endangered bonobo. Bonobos can only be found in one country in the whole world, the rainforests of Africa's Congo, in a small range between the Zaire and the Kasai rivers. This limited territory may serve as a detriment to this species' survival, as habitat loss becomes more prevalent with encroaching activities. At first glance, bonobos look similar to chimpanzees, being about the same height at the shoulder. But the bonobo's overall build is more slender, and they can weigh 20% less than chimps. They have rounder heads with flatter muzzles, smaller ears, and hairy tufts on either side of their head. Bonobos spend more time in the trees than their chimpanzee cousins, confidently leaping among the branches, and even walking upright along them like a tightrope walker. Like chimps, bonobos have complex communication abilities and close family structures, particularly mother and offspring, including not only babies, but fully grown sons. Another member of the great ape family is the orangutan, which literally means person of the forest. Orangutans are the only great ape from Asia, specifically Sumatra and Borneo. Their limited range of natural habitat has been significantly reduced in recent years due to logging and development. This, combined with hunting, has put the orangutan on the endangered species list. Orangs live up to 50 years of age, and unlike other great apes, are solitary by nature. This may be related to their need for huge quantities of fruits and plants to eat. Travel in pairs or groups would mean more competition for a limited food source. A couple unique features of the male orangutan are the enormous cheek pads around its face and the large throat sac. This sac enables them to make long calls, a sound which helps them define their territory. Rounding out the great apes is the gorilla, which is found in Central Africa. The western lowland gorillas range includes the People's Republic of Congo, Gabon, Central African Republic, and Equatorial Guinea. The mountain gorilla is found in Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Like the other great ape species, they eat mostly plants, but also some invertebrates such as termites and ants. Even with a mostly vegetarian diet, males can weigh up to 400 pounds, and females can weigh over 200 pounds. As the males mature, they acquire a silvery gray color across their back and upper thighs, giving them the title of silverback. As intimidating as they may appear, silverbacks are tender caregivers, often babysitting for their offspring when the female needs to forage on her own without the interruption of her playful young. Like the other great apes, gorillas are endangered, primarily as a result of habitat loss and logging, war in the region, and poaching or illegal hunting. But through conservation efforts, attempts are being made to preserve their habitats. One example, Busch Gardens supported the Mbeli Bai study of western lowland gorillas in the northern Congo. This resulted in groundbreaking data that will help us understand this species and their habitat needs.
Gaining a better understanding of a species is an important piece of the conservation puzzle, and the information field researchers collect provides a crucial foundation. Next, you'll meet two researchers whose interest in primates took them from Tampa, Florida, to the African jungles.
While I was working at Busch Gardens with the chimps and gorillas, I wrote a lot of the projects that were out in the field. In 1995, Busch Gardens started funding a western lowland gorilla study in northern Congo. And at that point, I contacted them, and through the affiliation with Busch Gardens, I was able to go out to Mbeli Bai, the Gorilla Study Center, and work as a volunteer.
Dave got his start as an inquisitive zoo camper at Busch Gardens, Tampa, when he was only 6 years old.
During zoo camp, they would take us out on the feed truck once in a while, and I always looked forward to that because it was we got to see behind the scenes and get up close to the animals and feed them.
These up-close experiences left a lasting impression on Dave. His 4 years as a zoo camper laid the groundwork for what would later become his life's work. After college, he accepted a conservation position at Busch Gardens Tampa, which then led him to Africa. After spending time on the gorilla study at Mbeli Bai, Dave transferred his focus to chimpanzees.
We're monitoring a community of chimpanzees that are found in an area called the Gualogo Triangle. And over a period of time, we hope to learn about the size of the community, just how many chimps are in that area, and how far these chimpanzees range, what sizes their groups are, what kind of foods they're eating, and what type of force they need to survive. And we hope to use this information to better prepare other areas where chimpanzees will be affected by humans that are moving in.
Most chimpanzees have learned to fear humans.
There are still forests where the animals don't know human beings, and they're still intact, and we can help protect those forests.
Deep down, I always knew that I wanted to go to Africa, and in my heart, I knew I'd get there somehow, but the Mbeli Bai study allowed me to get into the field and follow my dream.
In the late 1990s, Busch Gardens conservation specialist Tina Goody traded in the creature comforts of home for the extreme creatures of the Ndoki National Park in the African Congo. The Lowland Gorilla Research Project at Mbeli Bai provides valuable information in understanding the behaviors and habitat needs of this animal. And for Tina, the project required intense, hands-on data collection in a very unique location.
This observation study, which is the longest running study of its kind, has actually been able to look into the world of the western lowland gorilla, which has been virtually unable to be seen due to the dense forest area. At first glance, you look at a gorilla, they all look the same from a distance. But using telescopes, video cameras, and still photography, we were able to look at nostrils, nose prints, coloration differences in size and behavior to identify all these gorillas.
After about a year at Mbeli Bai, Tina returned to her job at Busch Gardens Tampa, but she came back with a greater understanding of gorillas and new information that was shared and applied on site.
Anheuser-Busch has supported the Mbeli Bai project for several years, and one of the most important supports of that is to actually bring this information back into the park, into Busch Gardens, into education, to teach people about this wonderful place and these amazing animals and how to conserve it for the future.
If you've ever thought about field research as a part of your career path, take some tips from an expert.
Follow your dream. Take the steps to make that dream come true. Field researchers are always looking for a way to get people that are dedicated and inspired involved and in the field. We can do this together. We can make a difference.
Close your eyes and imagine a place where endangered primates can roam safely, where they can forage for food from real plants and trees, swing from branches, and keep cool in the midst of a waterfall. Now open your eyes and take a look at one such place, Mayombe Reserve, the Great Ape Domain at Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida.
The goal of any zoological park is to offer an entertaining and educational experience for guests, while providing a nurturing, comfortable home for the animal. But beyond this accomplishment lies an even greater opportunity: to study the animal and its environment and to impact its survival. Zoological parks strive for naturalistic habitats which allow for and encourage behaviors primates exhibit in the wild. Busch Gardens Tampa identified the need for a state-of-the-art primate environment and spent 6 years planning their great ape habitat. Mayombe would contain almost 3 acres of terrain, with the chimps and gorillas each having 12,000 square feet of their own yard space.
You guys have space, you give them enrichment, it takes a lot of work, but what behaviors then are you gratified to see that, they would be the same types of behaviors that you might see out in the wild or something like that?
They have a lot of social behaviors here that you would see in the wild. The main one is grooming. They do a lot of grooming to help appease some of their social conflicts. Also tool use. They use tools in the wild to get termites out of mounds. We actually have an artificial termite mound here, and they use it exactly like they would in the wild by using sticks from their habitat to find the proper ones to fit to get out their goods.
Really? So they go and they find just the right stick, or do they actually modify it as well?
Usually they just go out and find the proper sticks, and they will break it down if it's too long.
I've seen the adults use the tools to get inside the termite mound. Have you actually seen the baby use them yet?
Yes, he started, of course, just watching as a youngster with his mom, and now he's progressed so much that he actually will gather his own tools and use them in the termite mound.
Oh, that is so cool. Busch Gardens spent over 9 months constructing this habitat, and great effort went into recreating the varied terrain of West Central Africa, including the creation of rolling hills, rock outcroppings, caves, and waterfalls. The attempt to make this habitat similar to the ape's natural environment is one aspect important to their overall well-being.
There's different deadfalls throughout the yard and also different levels, and the different levels is to encourage them to climb, and of course the deadfalls, there's some that are laying on their side to encourage balancing, walking over different objects, and climbing as well. And the waterfalls, yes, they will go down occasionally and just to look at the water and the fish and the turtles that are in the water as well.
What are some of the things that you've seen them do out here, some of the activities and behaviors?
We try to do something different for them each and every day, so they'll have a different activity. As I said, we do have the termite mound. We do have actually holes drilled in some of their deadfalls, so we can put peanut butter and things like that in for them to manipulate and get out.
This attention to detail gives the animal a natural sense of home, but it also serves another purpose. With the largest glass viewing area in the U.S., Mayombe helps keep the gene pool healthy. So I know this year we had 2 new male gorillas transferred from the Denver Zoo. Was that part of a species survival plan?
Correct. We did have a male gorilla and his son come in, Kundu, who's 27, and his son, who is 7 years old. It's very important to relocate animals according to the species survival plan in hopes that they'll have offspring and to produce a more widespread gene pool.
And were they able to be introduced to the rest of the group right away?
We had to go through a slow introduction just so they could visually see each other, and then we had them so they could touch each other, and then we got to the step where we could actually put them in together.
So I would imagine that in the future we get some breeding?
Yes, we're hoping that our male Kundu will breed with one of our females.
A healthy habitat is crucial to the well-being of an animal, and Mayombe has been a proving ground for the success of a well-planned environment for great apes. But it also provides a setting to help educate the general public about chimpanzees and gorillas, as well as playing a critical role in helping to conserve the species. Ultimately, what we can learn about these animals will only aid in the fight to save them.
Mayombe is great because the guests can come in and get an up-close view of the animals and gain a respect for the animals, and then you can teach them how important it is to get a conservation message out to them so they can get educated and know what they have to do to help save the species.
A little farther from home, in Kenya to be exact, there's a safe place for chimps who have not had the best of care. Connected to the Jane Goodall Institute, Sweetwater's Chimpanzee Sanctuary is the only one of its kind in Kenya and is home to 26 orphaned and rescued chimps who have found a wonderful place to expend their energy. What's so special about chimps?
Well, any which way you look at it, they are our closest relatives. They are active compared to the orangutans and the gorillas, as you see. They hardly sit still for 2 seconds. They got a great sense of humor.
But these chimps weren't laughing much before they came to Sweetwater's. Abused or abandoned, many of them were orphaned when their parents were killed by illegal hunting or from habitat loss from logging of the rainforest and even from the illegal pet trade. What's going to stop this in the end?
We have to stop to buy any tropical timber. We have to stop the complete ruin and cutting down of their habitat, which is also the habitat of a lot of other animals that needs protection. Because if we get rid of the rainforest, there's a lot of other issues involved. Apart from all the animals, there's medical plants there, we don't even know what they are, which chimps knows certain medical plants and what they're used for that we haven't even found yet. And to destroy all this without having sought the knowledge is sacrilege to me.
In the meantime, the chimps are safe at Sweetwater's, with plenty of space to roam and lots of food to eat. And like the chimps at Mayombe, the Sweetwater chimps play an important role in educating the public.
What are some of the things that you think of from a zookeeper standpoint that they can do, from a zoo standpoint that they can do to help the situation?
Well, first of all, information to the public, of course. Information education to the public that visits the zoos of what the status is like in the wild, and also what the problems are. The problems of the bushmeat, the problems of the logging, the byproduct of it, which we get, and the problem we have on looking after them simply because nothing's free in this world. And as we know, chimps live for 50 years or more.
Well, you guys are doing a wonderful job here at Sweetwater Sanctuary, and Jane Goodall Institute has done a wonderful job of setting it up and making sure we do have a place to care for these orphans.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
March 12, 2003 marked a special day in the history of Busch Gardens, Tampa. For the first time ever, a baby orangutan was born at this zoological park. Safe and healthy, adding another member to the family of orangutans at Busch Gardens.
Alina, you are so cute. You just keep getting cuter. Yes, you do.
She is so adorable.
Yes, this is Alina. Hi. She's a 10-month-old Bornean orangutan, and she was born here at Busch Gardens. And her name, Alina, is actually Malaysian, and it means to create a friendly and sociable nature, which she does because every time somebody sees her, they smile.
Absolutely. Now, when did you find out that her mom, Dayak, was pregnant?
We found out, it was about a month into her pregnancy when we found out that she was expecting. And one of the things that we started right away with Dayak is a maternal training program for her, because we realized that she had been hand-raised at the zoo where she was born. So we wanted to make sure that she had as many skills as possible to help take care of Alina when she was born.
What were some of the most important behaviors that you were thinking about teaching Dayak before the actual birth?
Some of the things that we did is because she was also a first-time mother, we trained her on different behaviors like bringing novel objects to the mesh and holding them at the mesh for a couple minutes. So in case she wouldn't let Alina nurse, we could actually bottle feed Alina because she would hold the baby up against the mesh. And then with her dad, Skinny, we started teaching him a behavior of gentle because we wanted to make sure that he was very gentle with her. So we would take a stuffed animal, orangutan, and present it at the mesh and ask him to touch it gently, things like that.
After all the preparation, there were complications with the birth, and the decision was made to hand-raise Alina. Coffee explains why.
We think one of the main reasons is because she had to have an emergency cesarean, which means that she never had a natural birth, so she basically had no idea where Alina came from. And since she was a first-time mother as well, that connection just never clicked. We decided that we were going to give her 24-hour care if that needed to happen, if we needed to hand-raise her. So she's been having 24-hour care ever since the day that she was born, and that really makes a big difference in a great ape's psychological development, is having that 24-hour care, because that's what they would get with their mother.
Alina quickly became an ambassador to teach people about orangutans and the other great apes as well.
Coffee, do you find that the public is very interested in her?
Very, very interested in her. What we've done is we bring her up to the Nairobi field station here and have her there in front of the windows for about an hour every day. We have a keeper on the sidewalk educating, so we make sure to get the right message across. And it is really neat to see someone walk up who has no idea about what a great ape is like or what they're about, and then 20 minutes later have that person walk away with a completely different understanding, knowing all about orangutans, what it's like to hand raise them, and their plight in the wild. So it's worked out really well for us.
What a difference one little baby can make, huh?
She's educated a lot of people.
Now, what about her future? What's in store for her?
We hope to do an introduction with the adults probably in the next couple months, because we want to make sure that she knows how to be an orangutan, and the longer she's with an orangutan mom, the more likely she is going to be to take care of her own offspring. So, of course, we want her to be a good mother when the time comes.
Around the world, people are pulling together to help save the great apes. Birute Galdikas, president and co-founder of the Orangutan Foundation International, has devoted her life's work to helping this endangered species.
OFI is an organization that is dedicated to the preservation
of orangutans and their tropical rainforest habitat in the wild.
What do you look as your most satisfying change that has happened since 1971 when you first went there to right now?
Well, the most important change, and it's very profound, is that the national park, which then didn't exist, is now protected.
Through education about the plight of orangutans, the #1 source of habitat destruction, logging, has been stopped in this park. OFI's partnerships with organizations such as Busch Gardens help increase awareness and ultimately aid in the fight to preserve this precious habitat.
Education is the first step in increasing awareness, increasing consciousness that these problems do exist in the real world, that orangutan populations are going extinct. People need to know about this. And so all the education programs that Busch Gardens has are very valuable in this regard.
Results from a study determine the future course of a project and can send researchers down unexpected paths. So when the original mission changes direction, flexibility is crucial.
The mission of OFI has changed over the years in the sense that initially we were concentrating on the orangutans themselves, but now most of our effort is going to protect the habitat, you know?
Because without habitat, you're not going to have any wild orangutans or other animals anyway.
Exactly.
A lot of caring people at Orangutan Foundation International, Busch Gardens, and other organizations are working together to make a difference in the plight of the great apes and add one more baby to the population count. Her name is Alina.
Even though you may not live in Africa or Asia, there are many things that you can do to aid in the preservation of great apes and other endangered species right from your own backyard. First, be an informed consumer. Logging is a major cause of habitat loss, so refuse to buy wood from the rainforest. Wood such as teak, mahogany, and rosewood, unless it's certified sustainable and legal. Even being aware of where your paper products come from can make a big difference. Palm oil and other plantation exports often harm forest habitat as well. Secondly, ecotourism is growing more and more popular, and it's getting easier to visit lodges and sanctuaries where these animals actually live. This helps the economy, which motivates locals to save species and habitat. Support organizations that you know help endangered species. Send a donation to the organization of your choice. Become aware of their programs and see how you might get involved. And lastly, contact your local zoological park. Find out what they're doing to raise awareness and help conserve these species. As I said at the beginning, conservation work is seldom easy. But at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, we don't just think it's worth the effort, we know it is. Change always starts with just one person. Will it be you? I'm Julie Scardina, saying thanks for caring about the great ape story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Welcome. It is 5:03, May 12th, 2025, and this is the LaVergne Library Board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order, and I just did that. We do have a quorum. You have the minutes from March 10th in front of you. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. We'll go on to our orders of business. The first one is something that I had planned to do when I was on the library board previously, and I didn't realize that there was term limits. So I had it all prepared, and then they're like, oh, no, you're not on it anymore. So I wanted to kind of bring this up and talk about, too, that the library board now is part of the history committee, or the history board is kind of merged into the library board now. So if you wanted to start thinking about anything that we might can do, any ideas, it's my understanding they did not have very many meetings, so I don't know that there's any minutes that we could look back on. But, you know, just kind of start thinking about it, if there's anything y'all want to do. But what this is, if y'all remember out here, the old log cabin that sat out there, this is a painting that I'd had done by a local artist, and I'll show it to the camera up here.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'll pass it down if you want to look at it. And then I made up this little plaque about it, and I'll read it. It says, the old log cabin, discovered around the year 2000 inside a residence off Stones River Road, the 20 by 15 structure was found within the kitchen area of a larger home. Owners of the building added rooms around the cabin over the years, and many residents who visited the home were not even aware of the original cabin. I sat in the house several times and talked to them and didn't have any idea that there was a log cabin inside it, former Mayor Mike Webb said. I'd say it's from at least the 1850s. The local Civil War buff Mark Sloan said, I've seen a map of it, a map from 1867, and it was on the land at that time. This cabin was moved to Bicentennial Park at LaVergne City Hall in May 2001. The cabin remained at this location until September 2021, when it was sold to a reclamation company in Shelbyville, Tennessee, and was carefully disassembled and preserved. The logs and stone are destined to live on as vintage furniture and fixtures around the region. This plaque and accompanied custom artwork by Penelope Jane, presented to the LaVergne Public Library by the then LaVergne Library Board, Glenn Green, Dennis Waldron, Bridget Cole, Gary Frazier, Kamisha Sadler, and Linda Steed, December 2021. So I'll let you see that, and we'll pass this down here.
Nice.
So she did a really good job. I actually have she did 3 of them, and I bought all 3 because I wanted a couple in my house.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty neat. So that goes, you know, Donna has that great history room over there. So, you know, she can put that in there if she wants to, and just kind of wanted to use it as a little thing that I didn't get to do, and to help kind of remind us that we are part of the history committee now. So we can, if you all have any ideas, feel free to email Donna something, and you know, we can add it to the agendas and get it going. Okay.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you for donating that to the
Sure.
history room.
Sure, absolutely. Next order of business, introduction of the Historical Committee under the umbrella of the Library Board. We just talked about that. Did you have anything to add to that?
No,
Okay.
you did great.
Next item is the library fire system replacement. Believe that's tomorrow, right?
Yes, yes.
Good. Yep, just the evacuation panel, and then everything will be brand new, so that's good. Library outdoor sign repair and software upgrade. Anything to add on that? I know it's working every time I go by and I see something new on it.
Right, the sign is up and it's working great. It's been interesting. When the sign was down, Tammy and I both would think, oh, we could put this on the sign. Oh, we could put this on the sign. And now it's been like, what are we going to put on the sign? But with summer reading coming up, we will have a lot of things to put up.
You can put all your
So right
programs,
now
yeah.
we are promoting our kickoff for summer reading.
Awesome.
But it's so nice to have it up and going again.
Yep, that is good. The curbside book return bin. I meant to mention it to you when I was over there last. I did see it. It looks great.
Thank you. It's working well. We have had many books put in. The first week that we had, I would see people pull up and they would look at it, and then they would park and bring it up to our old book drop. So one day when I was out there, I said, you can put them in here and we will take them out. We check it 3 or 4 times a day. And since then, a lot of use. And I think it's great, like at night or if it's raining, which it's been doing a lot of. So we are very happy to have that.
That's awesome. Yep, that was a good buy. Next item. Did anybody have any questions on anything so far? Any remarks? Next item is the 2025-2026 library budget. The first reading of ordinance 2025-14 to adopt the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. That was at the last Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting, and it did pass. There'll be one more reading for that at the June meeting?
Yes, at the June
Yep.
meeting. And you will see right after your agenda, I did put the revised budget there, the one that we talked about, the biggest line item, which I'm so excited about, is the employee education and training. We went from $300 to $1,250.
That's great.
And
that's awesome. Yep.
It's like the universe knew that we had a little bit of money, so I've been getting all of these advertisements from ALA and different e-learning saying, would your staff like to do this? This is a great training for your staff, which has been fun. It's been great to look at. So I'm looking forward to getting each and every one of our staff something to do to get a certificate. One really neat thing that came about, which I can just see 3 of mine wanting to jump on, is e-learning through ALA is offering sign language. And we have a lot of signing people who come into the library. And so I think that would be wonderful. They have 3 courses. The first one is a basic, and then it goes up a little bit higher and a little bit higher. And so I'm going to see who would be interested in that and see if we can get our education started. Any questions on the budget? Everything else is the same that we talked about?
No questions. I'm just really excited that people are continuing their education and growing. That is paramount, especially in the library with technology moving so fast.
Absolutely.
I am so happy that that's the way that is. So that is awesome.
And there's a lot of tech classes that we can take through MTAS, and I know Glenn has found some things for us to kind of help them keep up. Glenn has even offered like Excel, Access, different things for them to take. So we're excited about that. And anything free that we can do, we'll be happy to do, but we're very willing and can pay for things now.
Awesome. Anything else on that one? We'll go to FYI and updates. We've got the library report that was presented at the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting, and the paper dumpster issue resolved. The dumpster was removed. That would resolve it.
That'll fix it.
It just became terrible. We would clean it out, and I even tried to put paper only on there, and then the next day I would come and there were garbage bags and there were tires and all sorts of things, and that kept on for a couple of weeks after we had talked about it. So I talked with Felicia, and she said, let me just call them, and the dumpster people even had said they were going to reach out to us because of course, they couldn't take that. And so they removed it. In fact, I came to work one day and it was gone. So, problem solved. And it's sad because a lot of the patrons did bring a lot of their papers to dump in there, a lot of newspapers. We could take cardboard, so sadly, we're not doing that anymore, but we don't have a dump right there.
You could possibly ask Felicia if you could get like just a container, because, you know, we have the shredded company that does the stuff that's locked in the containers, but they might take just, you know, you wouldn't have to lock it in the container. It could just be a garbage container. They might make a stop there and pick it up like they do the other ones.
That's a possibility.
At least people could bring newspapers and things like
Right.
that. They obviously, I don't know if bring cardboard, that might be too much, but, you know, it's something she could ask about.
Sure, that's a great idea.
Are you having that same trouble with the regular dumpster?
We do, but it's manageable because it's not paper that's in there and they're not dumping on top of that. But yes, we have had car parts, and like I showed you before, we've had the sofa put up on top.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And
yes, I even ask.
We've had tires, all sorts of things in there
Yeah.
that were not library trash.
Well, problem solved on that one. Did you want to go over to the library report or anything?
Sure, I'd just like to hold it up and let you all see. This is the report that I gave to BOMA. We do give our numbers each month, but I have found that the public and BOMA enjoy seeing the different things that we're doing. So I try to highlight a little something each month. Of course, the library board's up there because we do welcome public to come to the library board to listen. And then, of course, our closure on Memorial Day and the Saturday before. And then we highlighted our summer reading and our kickoff. And then I always include the month's calendar that has been shrunk a little bit. So we have May's program dates and then children's library events. Our story times, our last story time was May 8th, so that we can start preparing for summer reading. And it was a lot of fun, these last couple of story times. This last one, for their craft, they potted a plant for their mother, or their grandmother, or their daddy.
Nice.
So it was a lot of fun.
Great.
Any questions on the programs?
I'm just
Okay.
thankful for all the things that you offer. It's amazing.
Yes. All right. Library closures. Do you want to go over those? Do you want me to go over those?
I'll just run over them
All right.
really quick. If you see RDO, that's regular day off. Because all city offices, except of course fire and first responders, get a weekend when we have a holiday, we have chosen to take an RDO, a regular day off, so we're all off that day. So we will be off on Saturday the 24th and Monday the 26th, and that way it will give our staff a 3-day weekend, and that's for Memorial Day. Thursday, June 19th, we will be closed for Juneteenth. And please stop by the week before Juneteenth and a little bit after. We're going to have a fabulous display that a couple of our staff members are working on, and we're going to have some giveaways. We have some really nice handheld fans with Juneteenth and the meaning of Juneteenth on it. Friday, July 4th is Independence Day. That's a holiday and we're closed, and so we are taking Saturday, July 5th as an RDO for staff.
Oh, okay. Schools visit the library.
Okay. Today, it was a great day. This was the second annual time that Dr. Jackson from Roy Waldron School brought her staff over to our meeting room for an away from campus in-service. They said it feels so homey and welcoming, and they feel like they get a lot accomplished because they're not in the school where they're thinking, oh, I need to run down to my room real quick, or, oh, I should be doing this. This way they get to focus on whatever subject they're training on. And so, of course, this was year 2, and we were very pleased to have them, and Dr. Jackson was very happy to be there. Wednesday, May 14th, we have LaVergne Lake Elementary. The ESL teachers will host a family library night. I think this is about the 3rd time that they have done this. The translators from their school will be there to be available to assist parents with applying for a library card for themselves and the children. And that's always a fun night. And staff was there to help show them around and introduce them to the story time room and to the children's room. So the whole school was a little bit jealous, so they called me, and on Wednesday, the following Wednesday, May 21st, LaVergne Lake Elementary School will host a family library night for all students and their families to visit. So we are excited about those 2 Wednesdays. We'll be able to give away our summer reading schedule and talk about summer reading and talk about the importance to the family to keep those children reading throughout the summer.
That last one is fantastic. I mean, that'll get some, that may not even know about
Absolutely.
the library and get them involved in it and everything. So that's just great.
Trying to think, last year at the ESL one, we had like 80 some odd people apply for library cards, because if you get your child one, a parent needs to have one. And so we were getting parents' cards, and then we were getting children's cards. So it's a great way to get those families in there. And so many of them will say, I did not know this was a library. So it's a good way to get the word out.
Yep. All right, the next item is 2025 Summer Reading Kickoff, Color Our World.
Color Our World. We are so excited about Color Our World. The kickoff will be Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. People will come in, sign up for a library card, sign up for summer reading. If they need to sign up for a library card, they can. They'll receive a book bag. We'll have outside activities, weather permitting. We'll be blowing bubbles, sidewalk chalk drawing, face painting. We will have our 2 beautiful mermaids there again, and much, much more. It's a really fun day. But it is not the only day. If you can't make it on Saturday, you can come in any time during our summer reading, which is May 31st through July 19th. Sign up and get your reading bag and jump on in. And do you want me to just keep going, Glenn?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to go down, then we're going to look a little bit in the schedule. So Color Our World 2025 is, of course, May 31st through July 19th. It's for all ages, birth to 99 plus. We have had 98-year-olds who have signed up. I think that's the oldest so far. So if you know someone 99 or 100, tell them about our program. You read or listen to books to earn prizes. You attend fabulous programs. And you reach your summer reading goal to be invited to a finale party. Usually our finale party is a skate party at Smyrna West, which is always fun, but it's always on a Friday. Not all the family gets to come. It's just the small group of family. So this time we decided to do it on a Saturday, and we decided to do something really different. And thanks to our city attorneys who have helped make this happen, we're going to do a foam teen party. If you do not know what foam party is, Google it. Look at some of the pictures. This will be July 19th from 1:30 to 3:30. Be sure to wear play clothes or clothes you don't mind getting wet, and water shoes to come play in the foam. It's a great way to end summer reading. with the foam team party, when I was talking to Mr. Wakefield, who is the owner of this business, he said, Donna, would you like 1 cannon or 2 cannons? And I said, Mr. Wakefield, what do the cannons do? And he said, it will blast out the foam. They have a solution. He says it does not burn eyes. It's like baby shampoo. It's very sensitive. Kids with sensitive skin, they have never had a problem with it. But they'll start out by laying a layer of foam, and then the kids can get in, and then they will keep layering according to the age and size of the children. So the little bitty ones may have foam about this high, but the great big ones, if they want it, may have foam about this size. He gives them shovels, pool noodles, and buckets, and they get to have fun in this foam. It's easy to clean up. It dissipates. He said then they just spray it down, and off you go. So it should be something really fun. But please do Google foam parties, or especially foam team parties, because that's the group that we're using.
Where are you having? Where is it going to be?
Well, that's the question of the year.
Oh, okay.
I have these great ideas, and in my mind, I think this place would be great. And then when I walk out there, I'm thinking it's not so great. So David Wakefield is going to come over, and we're going to walk around just to see where would be a great place. He says it's better on concrete or asphalt, but grass is very doable. So I was thinking backyard, but as we were back there, it kind of slopes. And it's not very huge. He says 1 cannon needs 100 by 100 feet space. I'm thinking about over by the gazebo, in the middle, behind SIB. But we need to have a water supply and electricity. So David assures me, no worry, that is not a foam stopper, that he will come by and we will walk around and see where we can find.
I wonder, would you want to do it on the football field or something in the park, or do you want?
Well, the park is also going to have one. I think they're going to have an after-school event. Katie, am I correct on that? June 2nd?
Yeah, there will be one there will be another foam party in LaVergne in short time. So you'll have 2 opportunities to foam party this summer.
Gotcha.
But they were very nice to not put a foam party before ours, to let us kind of be the heroes of the first foam party. But then they're also going to have one, and the kids will know what it's all about and be excited. So we need to find some place close to the library. So I'm going to go on a field trip around and see what I can find.
Okay.
So I would love to do the parking lot, but where will the people park?
Right. You'll find a place.
We will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have all faith we will find a place.
That sounds great. I've never heard of that before, so I'm going to look that up.
And before we move on, just very quickly, you have the schedule. This is what we're going to be giving out to everyone who comes into the library. It is the schedule of events, and it is color-coded. Events that are red are for 18 and above. Events yellow are 12 to 17. Events green are for ages 8 to 12. Events on pink are for babies. And events on blue are for all ages. And if you notice, we have a lot of blue. We wanted to make sure this was a family event, a family summer reading. But we wanted the teens to also have a little bit of teen time. And then the adults, they're going to get their time in there also. And the babies is on Thursdays, and Sherry will do a books and baby story time, which is always so much fun. So we have a lot going on. We have some new people this year. On June the 9th, we have Miss Calliope, Color and Sounds, Music Abounds. She plays instruments, she sings, she gets the children involved. This is the very first time we've had her, and I look forward to that. Becky is still doing family craft night on Tuesdays, and June 10th would be Play with Newton's Colors. And they're going to make color wheels and talk about all of the different color wheels that I don't truly understand, but she was very excited about it. Becky was a teacher, so she is all into that. June the 11th is for ages 8 to 12. This is also something new and different, and this does require registration so that we'll know how many are coming. It's Who Speaks for Earth, Nature Songwriting. So they're going to come in, she's going to play a few songs that she has published, and then they get to help her write a song. And so we're really excited about that. International Folk Fest again. That's going to be on June the 12th. We need to really get this out to our senior center also because they enjoy coming. It's Puerto Rico this year, so it should be a great time. The teens are doing a Sharpie tie-dye. Kayla is doing a Just Draw class again this year. And we have a citizen and a patron from the city of LaVergne. He loves to make masks. He used to do it with his young son, and it is Chuck Isbell. And Chuck has been saving up ever since Halloween all of these materials to help build masks. He had on like a Star Wars mask that he had made. I think he had made his son a Spider-Man or something. So there's a lot of fun things. And so we're going to have Chuck in there. And I'm so happy to have our patrons to volunteer and say, I'll be happy to do this.
Yeah.
So that's a wonderful thing. And it's imagination masking making. So just a couple more and then I will be quiet. Let's see, Creekside Saturday. That is sponsored by our Stormwater. And Alex is wonderful with the children. What we do is we all gather in the storytime room. I'll read a book that we have on rain and what rain does. And then we all go outside and sit on quilts. And Alex gets down in our creek. And she finds all sorts of little critters. So it's always a fun time. And then after that, we have water play. We get out the human car wash, and they get to go through the car wash and play with the sprinklers. And so it's a fun day, and we always hit it on a good hot day. We have some of our old-time favorites, Bruce Amato, the magician, Jason McMurrian, he was a patron and has become a magician. Dungeons and Dragons are still going on. Didgeridoo Down Under. Does anyone know what a didgeridoo is?
I do.
And I cannot ever say it correctly 2 times in a row. He is going to come and play a very authentic didgeridoo for us and also have some percussion instruments, and he gets the whole room involved.
Wow.
So that should be a very nice, quiet library event. Right? No, it's going to be fun, a lot of fun. Oh, just all sorts of things going on. And our duck race, we partner with Parks and Rec, and the guys will not let me not have a duck race because they enjoy it as much as the children do. And it'll be a lot of fun. Okay, do you have any questions over any of it?
Does that say teen bad art?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm not real sure. I did not come up with that one. Marta and Danny did.
Oh.
I am assuming that it's something like what we used to do long ago, where you would take Barbies or different dolls and you would take their head off and then you would put Legos on, or the kind of like Toy Story, you know, have the fishing rod on it or something. I'm not real sure what they're doing, but I may stay in my office on that day.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff.
Anything else?
I don't think you've ever had, have you ever had this many?
We have had this many, but it's been a lot of repeats of the same program. Last year was the most we ever had, but it was like 2 or 3 different Dungeons and Dragons, 2 or 3 different other things. This is the first time we've had them spread out really nice. And if we do have 2 things on one day, one's in the morning, one's in the afternoon. We're not overlapping. So I think this year is going to be great as far as logistics.
Yep, that's good stuff.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything on that? All right, we will move to the 2025 Library Board schedule. Next meeting is going to be on July 14th. Then after that, it'll be September 8th, and then November 10th. And then we're up to Library Board comments. Just open it up, and do you have anything you'd like to say to Miss Donna? Or sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I've kind of noticed a little theme here tonight of accessibility. You know, you talked about some of your staff members potentially wanting to learn American Sign Language and then the ESL programs, and I just wanted to say that it's obvious that it demonstrates the commitment of the library to accessibility for all of our residents, and I think that's fantastic.
Thank you. We are purposefully trying. We feel like that we're diverse and accessible, but when you really look at it, not really. So we're really trying, and I just think it makes everyone feel better about coming to the library. So thank you, Leslie, for saying that.
That's great.
Even the finale party is accessible, so not everyone can skate, but everyone can play in foam. So there is no fear of anyone missing out.
Absolutely.
So,
even people in wheelchairs.
Yes.
And that's wonderful. You know, we want to make it where everyone can have a good time.
So very well done.
Fantastic.
As always.
Thank you.
I've actually seen a foam party before, and my sister lives in Atlanta, and so they have stuff like that all the time, and it is something to behold. That is thinking out of the side of the box. So when you said it, my eye said, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Wonderful. And I want to throw in there, the first time that I even knew anything about a foam party, 2 of my grandchildren went to St. Rose Catholic School, and they had field day, and Carrie said, "Mom, you need to come out and watch the foam." Okay. So I come out, and they are having the best time. My son-in-law always says, "I want to help chaperone this particular group." And then you see nuns playing in the foam, and they are having the best time ever.
It's a blast.
So I thought, ooh, one day we need to do that. Nice. It's great.
Yeah, I'd also like to say that I really appreciate the diversity and the audience reaching out in terms of age group, because now that I'm getting a little older, I'm realizing the fact that I'm out of the 18 bracket, but it's nice to know that's still stuff for us to do. So yes. I appreciate that.
Good. There are a lot of things, and even during the family events, even if you're single and you want to come and you're above 18, this is what this is all about. The animals show, if you have never seen Bob Tarter with the animals, it's amazing, and he brings out the big snake, and everyone scatters, but it's great. But thank you, Renee.
All right. If there's nothing else, we will go ahead and call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you all very much.
Hi, I'm Vanna White from America's favorite game show, Wheel of Fortune, where people get to solve puzzles for big prizes. Look at this. Another problem solved. Speaking of solutions, stay tuned as the Treehouse detectives use math, science, technology, and a few vowels and consonants to solve their latest mystery in the next exciting episode of the NASA Sci-Files, The Case of the Ocean Odyssey.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is a tide? How are oceans formed? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Are you sure we're in the right place? I think so. Kaylee told us to meet her at these coordinates. This is a nice spot. Peaceful, remote, almost idyllic. Perfect for a picnic. Except for that group of people over there. Of course, your GPS might have been wrong. That's why I brought this compass. Let's see, judging by the sun's position... Hey, Jacob, that's Kaylee and her friends over there. Exactly. We should meet them right over there.
Hey guys, glad you could make it. Why don't you start cleaning up over there?
I thought we were supposed to be having a picnic. Yeah, all that paddling made me hungry.
Sorry guys, we have to clean up first, then we can eat.
Then we'll just have to clean up again.
Yeah, but the team that picks up the most trash gets lunch and dessert.
I knew there had to be a catch.
Whoa, this is interesting. Hey guys! Hey guys, come here!
This is really strange. Now let's review the facts. We found 11 pairs of identical shoes on the beach, covered in what we believe to be an oily goo. You mean oily substance? Right, an oily substance.
Then we found globs of the oily substance all over the beach.
Sounds like we have ourselves another mystery. Exactly.
I say we take a few pairs back to the treehouse for further research. Hopefully, we can figure out this mystery and clean up the beach.
And we might even score a cool new pair of shoes in the process. So they're a little waterlogged. They're still stylish, kind of retro.
What are those? We found all these shoes when we were cleaning up the beach. What's all the black stuff on them?
Not sure. But I got my dad to check them out, and he agrees with me. Oily globs of some kind.
This is Ted Toon. We are receiving a lot of calls about shoes on the beach, and they're covered with oily globs. I Am Listening is reporting live from the oceanfront.
Ted, shoes are washing up everywhere here on the beach, but we think we know the source. A ship that just docked in the harbor reports losing a container off the coast of Virginia in a storm a few days ago.
Isn't it unusual to lose a container?
Apparently not. Over 10,000 containers the size of semi-trailers are lost worldwide each year.
Have there been any reports of oil spills?
No, Ted, we have no reports of any spills.
If you have any leads about where the oil might have come from, please contact KSNN.
See, I knew that it was oil.
So if the container fell overboard, how did the shoes get on the beach?
That's easy. I would say if the shoes were lost off the coast, then the tide must have carried them into the beach.
Sounds like a good hypothesis, but we need to check a little more carefully. Remember, it's always important to do research before jumping to conclusions.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
I just found a tidal chart, and it says that it was high tide when we found the shoes. I'm sure that's what carried them in.
Wait a minute. This is strange. Look at this shoe. I bought this same style 2 years ago. If they just fell off the ship, wouldn't they be the latest style? I think we need to bring up the problem board.
Good thinking. Okay, so what do we know?
We know that there are tennis shoes covered in oil washing up on the beach.
And that a cargo ship lost a container of shoes off the coast just a few days ago.
We also know that the shoes were found when the tide was high.
So what do we need to know?
We know that tides brought the shoes onto the beach. We need to speak to someone about tides. Maybe Dr. D can help us find an expert on tides. Kaylee, can you email him?
Print out our Get Up and Go sheets from the website, too. Visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website for lots of great tools to help you in your own investigations.
Wait a minute, we've got a call coming in from Tony.
Isn't he someplace in Florida?
Hi, guys. Guess where I am? I'm staying in Jules Underwater Hotel, the world's only underwater hotel.
What are you talking about?
Right now, I'm 6.4 meters below the surface training for my future financial adventures.
I'll bet it has something to do with sunken treasure.
How did you know?
Underwater, money, it had to be sunken treasure.
My treasure hunt is going to take many days, so I'm training the same way NASA trains its astronauts for long-term space flight.
Wow, that's really cool.
The confinement, separation, and boredom of space travel are similar to being here in this underwater habitat.
I learned at space camp that you might become more irritable and sensitive to certain noises and odors after you've been confined.
They also say I'll have changes in mood, but I doubt that'll affect me. Mind over matter.
Right. Anyways, while you've been gone, we found a lot of tennis shoes on the beach, and they seem to have oil on them. We need to do some more research. Keep checking in, okay? Bye, Tony.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Look, an email from Dr. D. He wants a couple of us to go meet Dr. Hoffman at Water Country USA in Williamsburg. Dr. Hoffman's an oceanographer doing research at the park. Then he wants us to come see him at the pier on Dock 21DD.
Research at Water Country USA?
I feel like I'm at the ocean.
Except here, the waves are man-made.
Hi, Jacob and Catherine. I'm Dr. Hoffman from Old Dominion University.
Hi. This is a great place to do research.
We've been wondering, what is a tide exactly?
A tide is the regular rise and fall of the surface of the ocean due to the gravitational force of the sun and the moon on our Earth.
We learned that gravity is a force that exists between all objects.
And it makes objects fall to Earth.
That's right. And the bigger the objects and the closer they are to one another, the stronger the gravitational attraction between them.
The sun is much larger than the Earth and the moon, but a lot farther away from the Earth than the moon. So which one causes the tides?
They both do, but the moon plays the bigger role, being about twice as strong as the sun. As the two of them create a gravitational force on the Earth's oceans, it causes the water to move upwards towards the sun and the moon.
And the Earth's gravity holds the water down.
Right, but the tidal forces pull water sideways along the surface of the Earth, and this tug-of-war creates a bulge in the surface of the ocean.
If the moon's influence is stronger than the sun's, then is the bulge bigger beneath the moon?
Yes, and due to the rotational motion of the Earth-Moon-Sun system, there is also a bulge on the opposite side of the Earth away from the sun and the moon. These bulges of water are large waves that we call high tides.
So if the water bulges on opposite sides, then it must draw water away from the area between the bulges.
Very good, and that is where low tides occur.
How often do we have high and low tides?
Many coastal locations, such as the Atlantic and Pacific coast, experience too high and too low tides each day. But some areas, such as the Gulf of Mexico, only have one of each.
Do the tides in a particular place always occur at the same time?
No, but the answer is a little bit complicated. On average, high tides occur every 12 hours and 24 minutes. The Earth spins on its axis every 24 hours, so if you divide 24 by 2, you get 12. The extra 24 minutes is because of the moon's orbit about the Earth.
Would high tides help bring objects floating in the water onto the shore?
Tides do not typically have much of a role in transporting objects in the ocean. You can think of tides as a big sloshing motion where objects go as far in one direction as in the other. Here, let's check it out.
But what about the waves?
Jacob, can you get in the pool?
Can I?
See the waves around Jacob? They look like they're moving the water forward, but actually they aren't.
How is it that I stay in the same place?
Each particle of water in a wave moves around in a circle. Energy moves forward while water particles remain in the same place, so an object floating on the water will rise and fall as the wave passes, but the object will not move forward.
I think we definitely need more research about waves.
Me too. Thanks, Dr. Hoffman.
You're welcome. Enjoy the wave pool.
You better stop researching the waves if you want to get there on time. Bianca does not like to be late. We're getting close. Isn't it 21 DD? There it is.
DD for Dr. D? He has his own boat dock?
Over here. Welcome to the Maury, Tidewater Community College's research vessel.
Dr. D, we learned about waves and tides, but we need to know more about oceans.
Let's start at the very beginning. You know how oceans formed?
You mean they weren't always here?
No, not always. When the Earth began about 4.6 billion years ago, volcanic eruptions helped to form an atmosphere. That included water vapor.
So were the oceans created when it rained?
That's right. About 3.8 billion years ago, the lower areas of the Earth's crust, called basins, filled with rainwater.
If the ocean is made from rainwater, why is it salty?
Well, in the beginning, it wasn't very salty.
So how did it get that way?
One way is from freshwater rivers. As they flowed towards the oceans, rivers dissolved minerals such as salt from the land, adding salt to the ocean.
But how can the ocean be more salty than the rivers?
When water evaporates from the oceans, it takes almost pure water away, leaving the salt behind.
Then for millions of years, the rivers carried salt into the oceans, and evaporation leaves it there.
Do the oceans continue to get saltier?
No, and they're not getting any less salty either. We say saltiness or salinity has reached equilibrium.
Why is the salinity of seawater so important?
One reason is that it's a major factor in creating ocean currents. Let's do an experiment. I'm going to pour salty water into fresh water. Let's see what happens.
The salty water went to the bottom. Why is that?
Salty water sinks to the bottom because it's denser than fresh water. A gallon of salt water weighs more than a gallon of fresh water. Jacob, test it out.
They both feel the same.
Salt water from the ocean is only about 3% heavier than fresh water. But even a small difference in density makes a real difference in currents.
Is there anything other than salinity that determines the density of water?
Yes, the temperature does.
I think we're going to have to learn more about how density makes currents.
I have a friend named Dr. Martins who can help you. He's doing research in an underwater laboratory called Aquarius. I'll give you his contact information.
Thanks, Dr. D.
What's up? Did the tennis shoes come from the recently lost container? Where did the oil globs come from? How did the tennis shoes get to the beach? Don't miss the next exciting chapter of the NASA Sci-Files.
In this segment of the Case of the Ocean Odyssey, look for the answers to the following questions. How do cold temperatures make water denser? How are surface currents created? How do you find the speed of a moving object?
Good morning, Kaylee. You're off to an early start.
I sure am. I was doing some research, trying to figure out how those shoes washed onto our beach. But I'm not sure what we need to know next.
We have a lot of information about tide, and Dr. D told us how oceans formed.
Speaking of oceans, I wonder how Tony's doing in his underwater habitat.
Let's call him.
Hi, everyone. Today I started my day with a swim around the hotel exploring underwater. Then I came in for something to eat, and I watched a video. This is a piece of cake. I'm not showing a single sign of irritation.
That's great, Tony. Dr. D told us about an underwater research lab called Aquarius.
I've been to their website. It's a really cool lab.
It'd be great to talk to some of the scientists that live and work.
I don't mean to be rude, but I need to go. Talk to you later.
See you later, Tony. That was strange. What are you doing?
I'm taking notes for my IOI report.
IOI report? What's that?
Incidents of irritation. Tony's definitely showing symptoms of isolation.
Well, it's difficult to tell with Tony. He could have had a bad day with the stock market. I have the contact in here somewhere for the Aquarius expert. Here it is. Can you dial him up? Sure.
Hi, I'm Dr. Martins. Glad you found me.
Hi, Dr. Martins. Dr. D told us that the density of water depends upon its temperature and salinity. But how does temperature make the water more dense?
Cold water molecules are packed together more tightly than warm ones, making cold water denser.
So do the density currents form near the north and south poles?
Exactly. The cold air at the poles cools the surface water, making it denser and causing it to sink.
What about salinity?
When ice forms in polar waters, it leaves behind salt, which increases the salinity of surrounding water. The higher salt content makes the polar water denser.
I learned that evaporation also makes water saltier.
That's right. In areas such as the Mediterranean Sea, where there's little rainfall and lots of heat, evaporation removes fresh water and leaves extremely salty water.
Where does the denser water go?
The denser polar water sinks and creates the thermohaline circulation.
Thermohaline?
Yes, thermo for temperature and haline for salinity. The cold salty water masses that create this circulation form in only two places. The water mass sinking off Greenland is called the North Atlantic Deepwater, or NADW. The water mass sinking off Antarctica is called the Antarctic Bottom Water, or AABW.
Where do these currents end up?
They both sink down several kilometers while spreading out horizontally and moving along the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. They eventually mix while circulating around Antarctica. Then they move into the deep Indian Ocean and finally into the Pacific.
So the water from the poles may one day end up on a beach in Hawaii?
I guess you can look at it like that. What goes down must come up. It takes the average water molecule 1,000 years to make the complete cycle.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, we call the cycle the global conveyor belt, and it has a large impact on climate.
I went swimming once and the water was really cold. My mom said it was an upwelling, but what's that?
The coastal upwelling that you experienced is different from thermohaline circulation. It only brings up cold water from a few hundred meters deep. It's also not as cold as AABW or NADW. Coastal upwelling is generally caused by wind.
Is upwelling important?
Good question. Upwelling brings lots of nutrients up from deep water. We are researching the impact of nitrogen, a crucial nutrient, on Florida Keys reefs.
How does upwelling affect the reef?
It appears that there have been major changes in the health and community structure of coral reefs here in the Keys and throughout the world. By observing the nitrogen composition of sponges, we can determine the importance of different nitrogen sources.
Wow, you've given us a lot to think about. Thanks, Dr. Martins.
You're welcome. Good luck on your project.
That was very interesting. Density currents might be the key to solving this mystery.
Remember the longshore currents we learned about in the case of the disappearing dirt? They move large amounts of sand from one place to another. If they can move sand, they can surely move shoes.
That sounds like our new hypothesis. If the container fell overboard and was caught in an upwelling, then the longshore currents brought the tennis shoes to the beach.
That's true, and the container was lost not far from the beach.
Hello! Dr. Textbook here. Did you know that the Gulf Stream once helped to solve a postal problem? Well, it seems that during colonial times, the colonists constantly complained of their snail mail taking 2 weeks longer coming from England than going to England. Well, the postal authorities in England contacted the Deputy Postmaster General, Benjamin Franklin, a man who I can greatly relate to. It seems that wily old Ben had a cousin who was a seafaring captain. His name was Timothy Folger, and Tim told cousin Ben about a strong surface current that comes from Florida up the east coast of America. When ships sailed to England, they went north and sailed in the stream. The swift current helped them sail faster and deliver the mail quicker. But ships sailing from England headed south, sailing against the stream, which slowed them down. Now, Mr. Franklin decided to draw a more detailed map of the current and named it the Gulf Stream because it flowed out of the Gulf of Mexico. When settlers from here at Jamestown Settlement in 1607 would send mail to England, they would use ships much like this replica of the Susan Constant. Many of you have heard the saying, sending a message in a bottle. Well, I'm going to send my own message in a bottle to my aunt who lives in England. I have this $100 bill. I'm going to write her name on the front of it, and I'm going to place it into the bottle. If the wind currents and the ocean speeds are correct, she can expect her own Ben Franklin to arrive in time to buy me a gift for my birthday. Here we go!
other textbook just mentioned surface currents. I think that's our next investigation.
We need to open the problem board.
Good idea. We need to update and be current with our information. Okay, we know that old shoes and oil globs have washed up on the beaches around our area.
We know that tides don't carry items long distances.
And we know that density currents are cycles that cause global circulations of the ocean's water.
So what do we need to know?
Well, the lost cargo fell overboard, only a short distance from Virginia.
And if the tides didn't carry the shoes to the beach, then maybe it was some other type of surface current, like a longshore current. I think we need to know more about surface currents.
And we also need to know more about oil.
Did I hear you say something about oil?
How did you just pop in?
Someone must have dialed me up. I agree, we need to learn more about black gold. Oil. And how you find it and get it out of the ground.
I see that your mind is still focused on money. How's it going down there in your habitat?
It's great down here, really. There's a lot of cool things to look at underwater. It's so different from land. I think we need to... Did you hear that noise? I've got to go check it out. See you later.
Poor Tony. I think he's suffering from another IOI. My mom has a meeting with Dr. David Adamak at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. He researches currents. She said I can go with her to meet him.
Sounds like a plan. And Jacob's family's taking a vacation to Houston, Texas. I'll ask him to do some research in oil country. And don't forget to take a Get Up and Go worksheet from the NASA Sci-Files website with you.
Hi, Bianca. Thanks for meeting me here. I had a taping earlier today.
That's cool. I've had a little bit of experience in front of cameras. Dr. Adamek, we learned about density currents, but we need to learn more about surface currents. So what exactly is a surface current?
A surface current is water moving near the ocean's surface, above what we call the thermocline.
Thermocline. I know that therm has something to do with temperature.
Right, and cline means change, so a thermocline is a region of temperature change.
Where is the thermocline?
Typically between 50 and 150 meters deep.
So how do surface currents form?
Friction between the wind and the surface water causes that water to move.
We learned in the case of the mysterious red light about global wind patterns, and that winds blow in a certain direction depending upon where they're located on Earth.
Right. For example, the trade winds push the surface currents around in the tropics.
But are there other factors?
Oh, sure. Because the Earth rotates, there's turning due to the Coriolis effect.
Isn't that when the wind is deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and the left in the southern hemisphere?
Yes. And another factor that steers currents is the topography, the hills and valleys on the ocean floor.
How does the topography underwater affect the surface currents?
I'll show you. Sit on the stool. Now don't try this without an adult, but I want you to stick your arms and legs out. And once I spin you, I want you to bring your arms and legs in close to your body, okay? You ready? What happened?
I spun slower when my arms and legs were out, and faster when they were in.
Topography does the same thing to currents. If a current flows over an underwater mountain, the water column gets flattened and compresses. That's you with your legs out. The water spins differently, and the currents get deflected.
Why are some surface currents cold and some others warm?
It depends on where the water's coming from. If it's coming from the poles, it's cold. If it's from the tropics, it's warm.
Do warm and cold currents affect the climate of an area?
It's a good question, Bianca. Yes, they do. For example, Ireland is pretty far north, and you might expect it to be cold there. But the Gulf Stream flows past Ireland, and the warm water heats the air, which helps to create a surprisingly mild climate. They even have palm trees in Ireland.
Really? With currents located in every ocean, I guess they could be responsible for bringing the tennis shoes and oil to our beach.
It's possible, but you've got to be careful. The same current can transport things to different places.
How does that happen?
You dropped the balls at the same time and all in about the same place. They ended up in different places. Why?
Is it because there are so many different variables, such as the pits in the pavement, or even the shape of the ball?
Exactly. The same thing happens in the ocean. Tiny variations in the current can lead to large differences where the current might actually move things like your tennis shoes.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm curious, why does NASA study currents?
Earth's oceans have the greatest influence on climate, and only from space can we monitor the vast oceans on a global scale and monitor critical changes in the currents and the heat storage.
Why is that so important?
Well, the oceans cover 70% of the Earth, and the currents in the ocean are an important part of the water cycle. Any change in the water cycle can cause major consequences on our Earth.
How does NASA monitor the ocean?
We use different satellites to monitor things like currents, waves, temperature, and pretty soon even salinity.
That's really interesting. I'm always amazed at all the research NASA does to help protect our Earth. Thanks, Dr. Adamek. This information has been very helpful.
You're welcome. And call if you have any more questions.
Are you ready for some research?
I love doing research with Dr. D.
Did you bring the items I requested?
Of course. I brought some old tennis shoes and Catherine brought some soccer cones.
Great. I wanted to meet you here at the Hubba Hubba Highway because the speed of its current is a lot like the Gulf Stream.
It looks like it's moving pretty fast. Does the Gulf Stream move that fast?
Let's find out. I brought a stopwatch and a measuring tape. We can find its velocity or speed.
I know the formula for velocity. It's distance divided by time. So if we measure the distance between 2 points and then time a floating object between them, then we can find the velocity.
Very good.
We need to do 5 trials. You should always do more than 1 trial in an experiment and then find the average.
Excellent. Next, we need to decide how far apart the 2 points should be and mark the distance with the cones.
How about putting them 10 meters apart?
Fine. What object should we time?
Oh, I get it. That's why we brought these tennis shoes.
That's correct. Let's get started.
Trials averaged 8.65 seconds. So if we use the formula and divide 10 by 8.65, that means that the velocity is about 1.2 meters per second.
The Gulf Stream's velocity averages between about 1 and 1.5 meters per second.
Wow. Both the Hubba Hubba Highway and the Gulf Stream move really fast.
Now it's time for you to experience the power of the Gulf Stream by swimming against the current.
This should be easy.
Let's see which one of you is a stronger swimmer.
I predict no contest.
That's right. I'll be the champ. Wow. That was a lot harder than I expected.
I can certainly see why it took 2 weeks longer to get mail in colonial days when the ships were sailing against the current.
Okay, there's still more research to do. Let's float around the Hubba Hubba Highway and see if we all float at the same speed.
This sounds like my kind of research.
So what's up? Did a surface or density current bring the tennis shoes onto the beach? Why is the velocity of a current important to solving this case? Will the treehouse detectives discover oil? Don't go away. Stay tuned to learn what happens next in the case of the Ocean Odyssey.
Answer the following questions. What condition must exist for oil and gas to form? In North America, where does most oil pollution come from? What does the ocean floor look like?
Mr. Bernhard works here at the Houston Museum of Natural Science. I asked him if he could tell me more about oil and especially where to find it.
Welcome to the Houston Museum of Natural Science. You've come to the right place if you want to learn about oil.
I learned in school that oil, gas, and coal are called fossil fuels because they're made from plants and animals that lived millions of years ago.
That's correct, but we actually have to start further back than that when the Earth was first forming.
Really?
Billions of years ago, the Earth's crust began to move around on top of the Earth's hot liquid center. This movement created spaces between the land known as sedimentary basins. Let me show you.
That's what I call research.
Just imagine that the chocolate is the land and the chewy caramel is the Earth's liquid center. You see the sunken spaces opening? These basins made the perfect places for oil and gas to form.
Cool. So what happened after the basins formed?
These basins fill with water, forming oceans, seas, and large lakes. Billions of microscopic plants and animals thrived in these basins.
How did the plants and animals become oil?
The plants and animals died, and their remains piled up on the basin floor. This organic matter eventually transformed into oil and gas.
Wouldn't the dead plants and animals just decay and decompose?
Under normal conditions, yes, but for oil and gas to form, anaerobic conditions must exist.
What are anaerobic conditions?
Those are just places where there's no oxygen present. The organic material was then covered by sediment, forming distinct layers of sedimentary rock. Have a look at this.
That's cool. So once the organic matter is covered with sediment, how does it become oil?
The weight of the layers of mud and sand, combined with heat from inside the earth, turn the mud and sand into layers of rock.
We learned that the deeper you go into the earth, the hotter it gets.
That's right. And as the organic source rock was buried deeper and deeper, temperatures reached 100 to 150 degrees Celsius, cooking the organic matter into a gooey black soup that became black gold, or Texas tea.
Tony would like to hear about black gold.
The rock above the oil may look solid, but it actually is very porous and contains millions of tiny holes. You see this flask of oil and water? Can you tell which layer's on top?
It's definitely the oil.
You're correct. Oil is lighter than water, so it keeps floating up through the spaces in the rock above it. It will eventually either reach the surface or be trapped by an impermeable layer of rock.
You mean rock without holes?
Yes. This layer traps the oil, and it begins to build a reservoir.
This information is really helpful. Now I just need to find out how you get the oil out of the ground.
We've got some great exhibits here to help you learn how oil is extracted. Feel free to look around.
Thanks, Mr. Bernhard.
You might also want to talk to Mr. Wells. He's at the Ocean Star Museum in Galveston. He used to be a working oil rig.
That would be great.
Hi, Jacob. How can I help you?
Can you research any recent oil spills from oil rigs?
Of course I can. We're here doing research right now.
For some great tools to help you evaluate the content of websites, visit the NASA SciFiles website. Hi, Mr. Wells. I'm Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
Can you tell me more about offshore oil exploration and production?
Sure. This is the perfect spot. We are standing on the drill floor of the Ocean Star.
Wow. This looks very interesting. What's the tower for?
It's called a derrick. It has a pulley system for raising and lowering lengths of casing and drill pipe.
Casings?
Yes. Casing is steel pipe that forms the wall of the wellbore to ensure the stability of the well we've drilled.
What happens next?
Next, a drill bit is attached to the drill pipe, and the whole assembly rotates like a hand drill to cut the hole.
I read about drill bits. They can cut through rock.
That's right. Actually, they're specifically designed to just do that. As we rotate the drill pipe and the drill bit, it cuts up the rock, and we pump mud down the drill pipe to help bring the cuttings back to surface.
Mud? You mean like water and dirt?
Well, not exactly. This is a specialized drilling fluid we use to help cool the bit and bring the cuttings back to the surface.
Do you always find oil when you drill?
Unfortunately, not always. But through new technology, NASA satellite imaging, and seismic techniques, we've actually greatly increased our chances of finding oil.
Once you find oil, how do you get it out of the ground?
After removing the drill pipe and bit, production tubing is put into the wellbore. Then a perforating gun is used to make holes through the cement and casings so the oil can flow into the well.
We're looking for a source of oil pollution in the ocean. Are there offshore oil rigs on the east coast of the United States?
Actually, there aren't any. Most of them are in the Gulf of Mexico. Did you know, on a worldwide basis, less than 3% of the oil pollution comes from offshore exploration and production operations? In fact, the ones that I've been involved in, it's little, if any.
Wow, that's not very much. Where does most of the oil pollution come from?
Actually, in North American waters, greater than 60% comes from natural seepage.
You mean it just bubbles up from the floor of the ocean?
That's right. Once the oil moves up through the earth to the ocean floor, it just rises to the surface.
Because oil is less dense than water.
Very good. And the Gulf of Mexico is one of the largest natural sources of oil seepage in North America.
It sounds like we need to learn more about oil seepage.
That's a good idea. A marine geologist can help you learn more about the geology and topography of the ocean floor.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
You're welcome. While you're here, let me show you more of the drilling rig.
Hi, Jacob. Welcome back.
Did you find out if there have been any reported oil spills from oil rigs?
I have, and there hasn't been a single report of an oil spill or oil rig accident.
That's good. Mr. Wells had mentioned that oil sometimes just naturally seeps from the ocean floor.
Maybe that's a lead.
I also did some research on the tennis shoes with the calculations from Water Country.
What did you find?
Even if the surface current traveled as fast as the Gulf Stream, the shoes from the container couldn't get here as quickly as they did.
Guess it wasn't surface currents. This investigation is getting interesting. I think we need to go to the problem board.
Okay, we know that tennis shoes and what we believe to be oil globs washed up on the beach.
We know that currents travel long distances around the world and could have brought the shoes in from far away.
And oil reserves formed millions of years ago in sedimentary basins. And that some oil seeps out naturally.
We also know now that there are no reported oil spills from offshore rigs or oil tankers.
I think we need to verify what was in the container that fell overboard last week. You know I am as good at jumping to conclusions.
We also need to know if natural seepage caused our oil globs.
We had better not tell Tony, or he'll be looking for oil in his spare time.
I'm serious. I think that needs to be our new hypothesis for the oil globs. If oil is seeping naturally from somewhere along the East Coast, then it will wash up on our beach.
I wouldn't be too quick to make this seeping possibility our hypothesis. Remember in your report, Mr. Wells said that the Gulf of Mexico is the largest natural seepage area.
But Jacob could be onto something. Maybe we need to learn more about seeping oils and the topography of the ocean floor.
Mr. Wells did suggest that we talk to a marine geologist.
We need to find a marine geologist to help us out.
I remember Mr. McNitch. He told us about hot spots on the ocean floor in the case of the disappearing dirt. I think he might be just the person to talk to.
Good idea. He's from the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, or VIMS for short. We need to see if Kaylee can meet up with him.
Oh, by the way, Jacob, Tony told us that the lack of noise is starting to get to him. But I'll ask him about natural oil seepage.
Kaylee said she would be able to meet with him, but Dr. McNitch referred us to Miss Jennifer Mazelis.
I'm here at VIMS with Miss Mazelis. She's showing me the vessels they use to map and take core samples. We learned that there are mountains and valleys on the ocean floor, and that there's natural oil seepage. We need to know more about the topography of the ocean. Can you tell me exactly what the floor looks like?
It's magnificent. Under the ocean, you can find the tallest mountains, the deepest valleys, and the flattest plains on Earth.
Sounds fascinating, but I don't see any mountains or valleys when I swim.
That's because where you swim is actually the continental shelf. This area is located along the edge of the continent and can extend 10 to 200 kilometers offshore.
So are mountains the next area?
No, next comes the continental slope. It starts at the edge of the shelf and dips steeply until you reach the abyssal plain, which is one of the flattest areas on Earth.
And the next area is where the tallest mountains are, right?
Right. In the middle of the ocean, there are mountain ridges called mid-ocean ridges. This is where the seafloor is spreading apart, making new seafloor and building mountains.
I learned about the seafloor spreading apart in the case of the shaky quake when we learned about plate tectonics.
Very good. You'll also find volcanoes over those ridges and over hot spots in the Earth's crust. If a volcano grows tall enough to rise above sea level, they form islands.
Just like the Hawaiian Islands, didn't they form over a hot spot?
That's right. And if a volcano doesn't break the surface of the water, then it's called a seamount. There are also deep ocean trenches.
I always thought of the ocean as sandy.
Under the ocean is a whole world just waiting to be discovered, and that's where the core samples come in.
Why do you take core samples of the ocean floor?
Seismic reflection images show buried ancient river channels located near here during the last ice age. Coring helps us to verify that they exist.
It seems like we have another mystery, and we need your help.
Sure thing. What can I do?
Right now, we're trying to find out where the oil globs on our beach came from. Mr. Wells said that oil sometimes seeps out naturally from the ocean, so we need to learn more about oil seeps.
Oil and gas can seep directly onto the surface of the Earth, or into the oceans.
Are seeps very common?
Yes, they're quite common. Did you know in California, every oil and gas field discovered between 1860 and the early 1900s was actually found by people seeing it seep up from the Earth?
So how does oil and gas seep out?
Seeps can come from a single point or from as many as 30,000 individual little holes. Divers describe high seepage areas as looking like a whole bunch of gopher holes.
How much oil and gas seeps out?
It varies from place to place and can range from nearly impossible to detect to thick oil films with globular deposits called tar balls.
That sounds like what's on our beach. We learned that most of the oil seepage occurs along the Gulf of Mexico, so we thought that a current could be carrying the oil globs to our beach. But we learned that there aren't any currents that carry things to Virginia from the Gulf of Mexico.
What about the Gulf Stream?
We know that the Gulf Stream flows northward from the central part of the Atlantic Ocean and turns back towards Europe up around Canada. So I don't think that's the answer.
You might want to learn more about the Gulf Stream.
You're right. Maybe it is the Gulf Stream. Thanks, Ms. Mazelis.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure to help out the Treehouse Detectives. Let me show you something else.
Hi, Tony. Welcome to the Underwater Research Lab.
Neat place, Dr. D. Thanks for inviting me.
I understand that you have some exploration in mind.
Oh, I certainly do. I was amazed to find out how much scuba divers can accomplish when they stay in an underwater habitat like the Aquarius.
Scuba divers generally have a maximum depth of 40 meters, and with special equipment, maybe up to 600 meters.
Why can't they go deeper?
Well, the real problem is pressure. The deeper you go in the ocean, the greater the pressure.
Why is pressure a problem?
Well, look at this bottle.
How did you crush the bottle, Dr. D?
I didn't. The pressure crushed the bottle as I brought it down to the lab from the surface. Every 10 meters out in the ocean, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere.
So what if my treasure is, say, theoretically, deeper than 600 meters?
You can use a submersible or mini submarine. They have thick reinforced walls instead of increased air pressure. Can go as deep as 6,500 meters.
So you're saying if I brought a glass bottle down to the Aquarius, it wouldn't collapse because it's stronger than the plastic bottle?
Very good. Another type of submersible is an ROV, or remotely operated vehicle. In fact, I have one right here.
You're kidding.
Well, mine is a lot smaller than a research vessel, and it uses radio control instead of a cable.
Maybe I could use an ROV to help with my treasure hunt.
Good idea. Besides locating large treasure ships, we can also use these vehicles to inspect oil rigs and pipelines, and to investigate ocean ridges and geothermal vents.
What are these?
These are my 2 other submersibles called RBUVs.
Let me guess. Rubber band underwater vehicles.
You're really on the ball. Let's go outside and have an RBUV race.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives figure out how to clean up the oil? Where do those tennis shoes really come from? Join us for the final chapter of The Case of the Ocean Odyssey.
In the finale of The Case of the Ocean Odyssey, you need to look for the answers to the following questions. What are absorbents? How is an oil spill cleaned up? What is dispersion?
Are you still examining those shoes?
I believe now that these shoes have traveled a long way.
Why do you think that?
I was just reading about a cargo ship that lost a container near Japan years ago.
Yes, I remember that. And about 10 years later, the shoes washed up on the shoreline of Seattle, Washington.
I am listening here, bringing you this report live from Virginia Beach. Recently, I reported that a container of shoes fell overboard near the coastline. I would now like to retract that report because we have new information which reveals that the container actually held rubber ducks. I apologize for the misinformation and for jumping to conclusions.
I thought my calculations were correct. I knew those shoes couldn't have come from that container.
They got to the beach too quickly, right? So what do we do now?
Problem board, Jacob. Okay, we know that the shoes can travel a very long distance.
We know that currents can move objects long distances, so they probably got to the Virginia coast through the Gulf Stream.
And we still need to know how the shoes got from the Gulf Stream to the beach and where they originally came from.
We now know that oil seeps out naturally.
Right now, that seems to be the only answer to the oil glob mystery.
Even though the oil seeped out naturally, it still made a mess of the beach. I think we need to learn how the oil can be cleaned up.
The NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club website has a posting about cleaning up oil spills. It's with the Key Largo School in Key Largo, Florida. They're working with mentors from the Society of Women Engineers. Teachers, to learn more about getting a classroom mentor, visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website.
Let's dial them up.
Hi, I'm Wobble. I'm Jacqueline, and this is Devin. We're in Mrs. Dunn's 4th grade class.
Hi, we saw on the NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club website that you're working on an experiment to clean up an oil spill. What kind of oil did you spill?
It's not a real oil spill, but a simulated one. We used vegetable oil and cocoa powder and mixed it together to make an environmentally friendly oil.
That's a good idea. Crude oils such as motor oil can be damaging to the environment, even on a small scale.
Exactly. Next, we made our own mini ocean by pouring 5 milliliters of salt into a shallow aluminum pan full of water. Then, we slowly poured our oil on top of the water in the pan.
What happened?
Because oil is lighter than water, it spreads out and floats on top. It looks kind of pretty with rainbow colors, but it isn't so pretty when we try to clean it up.
What do you use to clean it up?
We are trying a variety of things, such as absorbents, skimmers, and detergents.
What are absorbents?
Absorbents are materials such as straw, sawdust, and peat moss, used to absorb the oil off the top of the water.
So did the absorbents help clean up the oil?
Not very well. We still have a lot of oil left and it's very messy. Next, we are trying spoons to simulate skimmers, which are bowl-shaped devices used to skim the oil off the top of the water.
Does that work better than the absorbents?
No, and we didn't get much oil either. Last, we are trying detergent. That works much better. The oil immediately moves and forms globs, but a lot of detergent wouldn't be good for the environment.
That would turn into one big bubble bath. So what did you conclude with your experiment?
We concluded that there is no easy way to clean up an oil spill, but the best thing is to prevent them from ever happening.
I agree. Thanks for sharing your experiment with us.
You're welcome.
Goodbye from Mrs. Dunn's class at Key Largo School in Key Largo, Florida.
Wow, cleaning up oil is complicated and not so easy. It seems like it would take years to get the job done.
I spilled oil on my mom's kitchen floor, and it took forever just to clean a small amount up.
I know that oil spills are not good for the environment, especially for all the plants and wildlife in the ocean and along the coastline.
We need to learn more about cleaning up oil spills and what the impact to our environment might be. I'll email Kaylee and ask her if she can help us find someone to talk to.
I've been looking at Kaylee's IOI report, and I wonder how Tony's doing living in the underwater habitat. Can you dial him up? Hi, Tony. How's it going?
Have you guys been watching me the whole time?
Tony, Kaylee's been keeping an IOI report on you, and you know what? We think it's time for you to come up to dry land.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. I guess the treasure hunt will have to wait. Thanks. I'll see you soon.
Hurry back.
I'm proud of Tony. I know that was hard to do.
There's breaking news in the oil glob mystery. I Am Listening is reporting from Florida.
Ted, we now have reports that oil globs and tar balls have washed up all along the East Coast. It looks like it's all coming from here in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's a pretty big place. How did they find the location of the seepage?
Satellites did the trick.
What? Did you say something about lights?
No, Ted. NASA satellites revealed the presence of this seepage.
Oh, yes, of course. NASA is always on the job.
Okay, it appears that the oil is coming from the Gulf of Mexico, but we still need to find out how it got to Virginia. Remember, Miss Macelis told Kaylee to do some more research on the Gulf Stream.
Didn't Dr. Textbook say something about the Gulf Stream being named after the Gulf of Mexico?
You're right, Bianca. We need to do some more research.
And what about those shoes? I guess NASA satellites can't see shoes from space.
Wait a minute. Kaylee found an environmental engineer at NASA Wallops Flight Facility who can tell us the impact of an oil spill. And she says RJ is there to meet with her now.
That's great, but we still need to solve the mystery of where the tennis shoes and oil globs came from.
We're getting closer. Let's not get discouraged.
Dr. D also emailed and said that Dr. Moisen at NASA Wallops Flight Facility could help us learn more about coastal currents.
Let's ask RJ to talk to him too, and be sure to have him ask about the Gulf Stream.
Ms. Fields is an environmental engineer here at NASA Wallops Flight Facility on the eastern shore of Virginia. She has agreed to meet with me.
Hi, RJ. I read Kaylee's email and I checked out your research on the internet. I understand that you want to learn more about the impact of oil spills and how to clean them up.
Yes, we have lots of oil globs on the beach, and we're all worried about the plants and animals.
Well, you have good reason to worry. The toxic properties of oil can damage or destroy plants and animals. I mean, just a dime-sized blotch of oil on a bird can impair its insulating ability, resulting in hypothermia and death.
That's really serious. How do you clean up oil spills?
Well, the typical cleanup method for ocean spills is to contain the oil with floating booms and then pump it back into recovery tanks. Now, sometimes we do apply chemicals to help disperse the oil slick.
Oil has made a mess of our beach.
I can only imagine. And people don't want to go to a beach that's full of oil globs. Watch how a little oil spreads out, creating a slick on the water.
Wow, it really spread out.
Yes, and a small amount of oil can cause a lot of damage. Look at how the oil clings to the feather. The oil coats the surface of plants and animals, effectively smothering them.
Our area depends on tourism, so I'm sure that the oil on the beach is hurting businesses. Who is responsible for cleaning up the oil from a spill?
Well, whoever spilled the oil is responsible for getting it cleaned up.
Who makes sure they clean up all the oil?
Well, in the United States, it's the Environmental Protection Agency or the Coast Guard.
We learned about cleaning up oil spills from our NASA Sci-Files Kids Club. But aren't there other ways that can be done?
Well, during an oil spill, it's critical to try to clean it up before it reaches land and affects the shoreline. So we need to be able to predict where it's headed. The paper dots simulate our oil slick. The slick moves with the water current, and then it's reversed by the wind and wave action. The waves also act to break up and disperse the slick.
So how do you predict where it's headed?
Well, we use planes to fly over the oil slick and we map its location. Then we use current weather and ocean forecasts to create a computer model to predict where it is headed to next. We also use satellites to track which way the oil spill is going to go.
If the oil is at sea, why don't you just let nature take its course and clean it up?
Well, waves will gradually disperse the oil, but it can take a long time depending on the amount spilled. If we act quickly to recover the oil, we can protect the environment.
How long does it take the environment to recover from an oil spill?
It can take years for natural environments to fully recover. That's why it's so important for people to realize that oil spilled in large accidents is not the only way to contaminate the ocean.
What do you mean?
Well, the everyday buildup of small spills and debris can have a significant impact. Stormwater flows over parking lots and streets, and it carries the oil into rivers and streams when it ends up eventually in the ocean.
I never thought of that. I guess that's why it's so important to recycle after you change the motor oil in your car.
Yes, and it's also helpful if there's a buffer zone of vegetation that can trap some of the pollutants.
Looks like we have our work cut out for us. The oil that's on the beach is from natural seepage, so I guess each city will have to clean its own beach.
I'm sure they'll be looking for some good volunteers.
Yes, and I know of 6 volunteers who can help in the beach cleanup. Thanks, Miss Fields.
You're welcome.
Do you know where I can find Dr. Moisen?
I sure do. Come on.
Hi, RJ. I'm glad you found me. Dr. D said you'd be coming by.
Hi, Dr. Moisen. We're trying to figure out the final pieces to our mystery. Well, we had some tennis shoes washed up on the beach, and we don't know where they came from.
And that sounds like a real mystery.
It really is. We think that the shoes came from someplace far away, that the ocean currents brought them to Virginia.
That's very possible.
We know that the Gulf Stream flows along the coast of Virginia. We're not sure how the shoes got from the Gulf Stream onto the shore. Dr. D suggests that we come learn more about coastal currents. Are coastal currents different?
Yes, they are. Coastal currents can be located on the surface or on the bottom of the ocean, and they can be formed by density differences or tidal processes, but they are always found near the shoreline.
Well, it doesn't sound like they are the answer.
They could be, but first let's talk about dispersion.
What's dispersion?
Suppose you placed 100 yellow ducks in the center of a pool, turned off the pumps, and went away for 24 hours. Where do you suppose the ducks would be when you came back?
Probably in the center of the pool, because there aren't any currents to move them around.
Actually, you would find them randomly distributed or dispersed throughout the pool.
Why wouldn't the ducks all be in the same place?
Small-scale circulation patterns in the pool that move the water around will actually affect where these objects in the pool go. It could be something as small as a gust of air.
But if the tennis shoes came from far away, they floated in currents that were already moving.
Yes, but major currents have lots of eddies, filaments, swirls, and even jets that interact with and move objects.
What are eddies and filaments?
Eddies are formed when a current doubles back to form a small whirl, and filaments are meanders that come off from the current.
So maybe the eddies or filaments brought the tennis shoes into the shore.
That's possible because shoes caught in these small currents could travel across these major currents.
Does the Gulf Stream have any eddies or filaments?
Yes, lots of them. There are even large circulation eddies that break off from the Gulf Stream.
I think that's the answer to our oil glob mystery. The loop current in the Gulf of Mexico. Now for the shoe mystery. Do coastal currents complete the process of bringing the shoes on shore?
Yes, they can, but most of the shoes would not make it.
If they float, won't they eventually end up on shore?
No, most will end up in the Sargasso Sea.
That's a place in the Atlantic Ocean with a lot of seaweed. Why there?
Large circulation gyres in the North Atlantic Ocean move in circular clockwise pattern. Floating objects within these waters tend to move towards the center of rotation.
I guess if the coastal currents could bring the shoes on shore, now all you have to do is find out where the container fell off the ship.
Sounds like a good idea.
And if the location's right, we will then know if it's possible that the currents, dispersions, and coastal currents brought them on shore. Thanks, Dr. Moisen.
You're welcome. Glad I could help. Keep me posted.
Dr. D, we think we're close to solving the mystery.
That's great. What's the solution?
KSNN reported that the oil came from the Gulf of Mexico.
It was natural seepage. But we talked to Dr. Moisen and did some research and found out that the loop current, then the Florida current, and finally the Gulf Stream might have brought it up to the East Coast.
But we're still investigating the shoes. I sent an email to the Very Good Shoe Company, and they said that 26 months ago a container filled with their shoes fell overboard off the coast of North Africa.
We learned that on the eastern edge of the North Atlantic Ocean, by North Africa, the current flows south. Then the current flows west across the Atlantic before turning north into the Gulf Stream.
We learned at Water Country USA that the Gulf Stream moves pretty fast.
So we think that the shoes are probably the same ones that fell overboard off the coast of North Africa. But a little over 2 years seems like a long time to get to Virginia.
I know. I'll call Dr. Adamek. I'm sure he can help.
Good idea. If he confirms that it could take 26 months, then maybe the shoes and oil just happened to meet right here in Florida, where I was.
Then the shoes and the oil floated up the coast of Virginia?
That's our hypothesis.
Hi, Dr. Adamek. We have another question. How long does it take a floating object, like a shoe, to be carried by the currents from the coast of North Africa to Virginia?
Well, it's impossible to give you an exact time, but given average currents, the winds, and the recent storm tracks, I would estimate about 2 years.
Thanks, Dr. Adamek. I think our case is solved.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
I have an idea. Maybe these numbers on the shoe label can be used to track the shoes. Let's email the Very Good Shoe Company, and let's see if they can confirm that these are the shoes that were on the lost shipment.
Good idea, RJ. Doesn't hurt to continue to test your hypothesis, just to make sure.
I wonder what happened to those rubber duckies that I'm Listening said fell overboard off the coast of Virginia.
Well, maybe some NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club members in North Africa will find them some years in the future.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Tony, have you given up your search for sunken treasure?
I'm glad you asked. Actually, I'm looking for someone financially gifted, like yourself, to help fund my project.
Well, I can't commit financially, but if you need a diving partner...
Right. Remember the buddy system, critical for diving. And it also helps you avoid the grumpy treehouse detective syndrome.
Grumpy? Me? I'm not grumpy. I'm the perfect picture of composure. I mean, stock market, fluctuations have you going once in a while, but...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to LaVergne Boarding Zoning Appeals, April the 29th, 2025. I'll call the meeting to order. We do have a full quorum this evening. If you would, order of other business is to approve the minutes for the March 25th, 2025 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
The minutes carries. On to new business. Request for a height variance, property located on and near Walden Road and Blair Road, tax map 32, parcels 3.04 and 3.05, and tax map parcel 29, parcel 41.01 and 4102, R1, low density residential zone district, property owned by the Industrial Development Board of the City of LaVergne. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
So this applicant tonight is requesting a variance to the height restriction in the LaVergne zoning ordinance. This development is proposing some new multifamily buildings that will be, some of them up to 4 stories. And currently, the ordinance only allows a 3-story max and 35 feet. So if it goes above the 3 stories or 35 feet, it would not be allowed in the current ordinance. It is worth noting the new ordinance, which will probably be adopted this summer, so not too long from now, will allow apartment buildings and multifamily to go up to 4 stories. So the city will be moving to this new regulation in the zoning. So it's the same ask as they have tonight. So in that regard, it's not an unusual request. You can see on the screen here, so this is the total development here. This is 77 acres off South Waldron near Blair and Carruthers Road. And then zooming in here, you can see, so this, in the development book, they're calling this the north parcel, and then this is the south parcel that touches the Ridge subdivision. So this north parcel, if you look in the books, if you're interested in front of you, it's around page 8 and 9, and it talks about the unit count, but they're proposing roughly 336 multifamily units on this north parcel and about 242 on the south. And of course, this is the current zoning map, which shows the R1 low density residential. And the applicant is requesting to change that, of course. So these are photos of the site taken around the last week of February or the first week of March to get ready for the Planning Commission submittal. So you can see some of the homes of the Ridge there in the distance. And then this is another view of that 77 acres. And then one more view. It's all vacant land, of course, right now. And then I'm going to skip here in the book. So this page will show you this shows the renderings of the proposed buildings that they're asking or requesting with this submittal. Of course, this will be at the Planning Commission in the next meeting, but these are depicted as 3-story, you probably have noticed, but with the gabled roof, and then some of these have hipped roofs, they'll definitely go over that 35 feet easily, even though they're showing 3 stories there. I think that covers it for the height variance. We'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you have an applicant here this evening? If you would step to the podium, please, and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Land Elliott, 3201 Trevor Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37209.
Board members, do you have any questions? I'll start off with a couple then, if you don't mind. The materials you're going to use for this additional height, is it going to be consistent with the rest of the buildings?
It will be.
Okay. And what materials are you planning on using?
Brick, Primarily brick, and we're using some hardy board and asphalt shingled roof.
So the depictions there of what's shown, it will basically be consistent with
Yeah.
that, just going to another floor.
Yeah, we're trying to put a larger emphasis on the brick per the planning department.
Okay.
Are you requesting the height variance for all of the buildings, or is there a specific?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? With that, gentlemen, I'll take a motion on the item in front of us.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Motion carries. Okay. Thank you. With nothing else being on the agenda, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you. Bye.